We are trying to hold you up with this now.
A prime-time production, including some never-before-seen footage from the January 6th Capitol attack.
We need to hold the doors of the Capitol. I need public support.
As the House committee investigating the assault held its first public hearing, presenting nearly a year's worth of work to the American people. From the start, committee chair Benny Thompson of Mississippi made clear this was no spontaneous riot.
January 6th was the culmination of an attempted coup, a brazen attempt, as one rioter put it shortly after January 6th, to overthrow the government. The violence was no accident.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Directly fueling that violence, the committee said, was one man who refused to accept the 2020 election results.
Donald Trump was at the center of this conspiracy.
In clip after clip from some of the hundreds of interviews the committee conducted, those closest to Mr. Trump revealed they knew his claims of election fraud were baseless and told him so. Then Attorney General William Barr.
I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bull. You can't live in a world where the incumbent administration stays in power based on its view, unsupported by specific evidence, that there was fraud in the election.
Trump's daughter, Ivanka.
It affected my perspective. I respect Attorney General Barr. So I accepted what he was saying.
Yet Trump himself continued for months to lie about a stolen election, including at the rally preceding the Capitol assault.
Never take back our country with weakness.
Inspiring the crowd, the committee argued, to attempt to stop the peaceful transfer of power.
We were invited by the President of the United States!
In an edited compilation, the committee showed the rage and violence unfolding outside the Capitol, while inside, a picture of panic. In this clip, staffers fleeing the office of Republican House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Leading last night's hearing alongside Thompson, Congresswoman Liz Cheney of Wyoming, one of 2 Republicans on the panel of 9, who was ousted from her party's leadership for taking part.
I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain.
Among the revelations from this hearing, Cheney says multiple Republicans, including Pennsylvania Congressman Scott Perry, contacted the White House seeking presidential pardons for their roles in attempting to overturn the 2020 election. And then President Trump's response to calls for violence from the insurrectionists.
Aware of the rioters' chance to hang Mike Pence, the president responded with this sentiment, quote, "Maybe our supporters have the right idea. Mike Pence, quote, deserves it."
The committee brought 2 witnesses to share their stories. One, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Caroline Edwards, one of more than 100 officers injured that day. Edwards was knocked unconscious in the first barrier breach on Capitol grounds. She later rejoined the line, fighting to hold off the mob, was pepper sprayed and tear gassed.
What I saw was just a war scene. It was something like I had seen out of the movies. I couldn't believe my eyes. There were officers on the ground, they were bleeding, they were throwing up, they were, they had, I saw friends with blood all over their faces. I was slipping in people's blood.
The second witness, filmmaker Nick Quested, documenting the participation of far-right extremist group, the Proud Boys.
I was surprised at the size of the group, the anger and the profanity. And for anyone who didn't understand how violent that event was, I saw it. I documented it.
Quested spoke with Judy Woodruff earlier today.
So when we arrived at the mall, we encountered the Proud Boys already walking towards the Capitol. What we documented was them walking in a very concerted fashion towards the Capitol. And there was 200 to 300 Proud Boys, which was more than I was expecting. I was quite astounded by the amount of Proud Boys there were there.
And so this notion that, well, the attack on the Capitol just sort of was spontaneous, completely spontaneous. They just wanted to go there and it got out of hand. What would you say?
Oh, no, I would agree with the erudite plan, roadmap that the committee put forward last night, that this was not a spontaneous event. They were carrying weapons. I saw a Proud Boy with a baseball bat. You can see another Proud Boy with a flagpole that turns out to be an axe handle. They were wearing tactical gear. They had, all sorts of offensive weapons with them. So, I mean, you can draw your own conclusions, but why would someone bring a baseball bat to a political rally?
The hearings were carried in full by every major network, except for Fox, which aired only occasional clips, not including footage of the violence. Hosts dismissed the hearing as theater. House Minority Whip Steve Scalise appeared on Fox after the hearing.
I think most Americans are just sick and tired of the politicization that you're seeing by the Democrats to try to change the subject. American people are angry about what Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi and their far-left socialist agenda have done to people, and they wish Congress was addressing those things, not this Hollywood production.
Even former President Trump appeared to be watching, issuing a barrage of commentary online. And today, the current president evoked how the dangers from last year's attacks are ever present.
It's important to the American people to understand what truly happened and to understand that the same forces that led January 6th remain at work today.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Amna Nawaz. Day 2 of the January 6th committee's public hearings zeroed in on what President Trump knew and when he knew it.
The 2020 election was not close.
Featuring a slate of Republican voices who said they told him repeatedly for months his claims of voter fraud in the 2020 election were baseless.
He's become detached from reality if he really believes this stuff.
Among those voices, Bill Stepien, former Trump campaign manager, who bowed out of testifying in person just this morning after his wife went into labor, but who told the committee in previous interviews that he warned Trump multiple times, including on election night, results could take a while.
My recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell. Too early to call the race.
The committee says Trump ignored Stepien and instead listened to Rudy Giuliani.
You will also hear testimony that President Trump rejected the advice of his campaign experts on election night and instead followed the course recommended by an apparently inebriated Rudy Giuliani.
Here's Trump attorney Jason Miller describing Giuliani that night.
The mayor was definitely intoxicated, but I do not know his level of intoxication when he spoke with the president, for example.
Adding to the committee's election night narrative, former Fox political editor Chris Stirewalt, who was overseeing the conservative network's election night coverage, including when they accurately break the news that Joe Biden would win Arizona.
Okay, time out. This is a big development. Yeah. The Fox News Decision Desk is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. That is a big get for the Biden campaign.
After the election, as of November 7th, in your judgment, what were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None.
Despite advisors' warnings and the electoral math not in his favor, Trump took the stage in the early morning hours of November the 4th and said this.
Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation.
That night, according to witness testimony, launched a split within Team Trump. Those who continued to push the big lie he'd won the 2020 election and those who didn't. Here's former Attorney General Bill Barr.
I felt that before the election, it was possible to talk sense to the president. And while you sometimes had to engage in, a big wrestling match with him, that it was possible to keep things on track. But I felt that after the election, he didn't seem to be listening. And
we called them kind of my team and Rudy's team I didn't mind being characterized as being part of Team Normal.
The committee's second panel told the story of just how far Trump went in the weeks after the election to dig up voter fraud where there was none, even as allegation after allegation, more than 60 cases in all, were dismissed or found to be without merit by judges. Former U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia, B.J. Pak, appointed by Trump, said he was asked to look into an allegation about a suspicious suitcase filled with fake ballots.
We found that the suitcase full of ballots, the alleged black suitcase that was being seen pulled from under the table, was actually an official lockbox where ballots were kept safe.
Pak resigned on January the 4th of 2021 after details of Trump pressuring Georgia's Secretary of State to quote-unquote find more votes became public. Al Schmidt, the lone Republican on Philadelphia's election board, was asked to probe other voter fraud allegations.
Not only was there not evidence of 8,000 dead voters voting in Pennsylvania, there wasn't evidence of 8.
Even for these Republican officials, Trump's repeated lie led his supporters, echoing those lies, to make very real threats.
After the president tweeted at me by name, calling me out the way that he did, the threats became much more specific, much more graphic, and included not just me by name, but included members of my family by name, their ages, our address, pictures of our home.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Amna Nawaz.
The Congressional Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol held its third public hearing this afternoon. The focus was on the role of former Vice President Mike Pence during the counting of the Electoral College votes, and public and private efforts led by former President Trump himself and his allies to pressure Pence to throw out the results. While much of the hearing established the facts of January the 6th and the days leading up to it, retired federal judge Michael Luttig, who had advised Pence, testified about the very real threat he says still exists.
Almost 2 years after that fateful day in January 2021, that still Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy.
The committee's chairman, Democrat Benny Thompson, explained how Pence understood his role on January the 6th, his efforts to withstand the pressure and the potential danger he faced.
Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence to do something no other vice president has ever done. The former president wanted Pence to reject the votes and either declare Trump the winner or send the votes back to the states to be counted again. Mike Pence said no. He resisted the pressure. He knew it was illegal. He knew it was wrong. We're fortunate for Mr. Pence's courage on January 6th. Our democracy came dangerously close to catastrophe. That courage put him in tremendous danger. When Mike Pence made it clear that he wouldn't give in to Donald Trump's scheme, Donald Trump turned the mob on him, a mob that was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," a mob that had built a hangman's gallows just outside the Capitol. Thanks in part to Mike Pence, our democracy withstood Donald Trump's scheme and the violence of January 6th. But the danger hasn't receded.
NewsHour congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins and our new White House correspondent Laura Barron-Lopez have been watching the hearing today, and they both join me now. Laura, and welcome to you to the NewsHour. We're so glad to have you working with us. I'm going to start with you. So much of today's testimony was around a man named John Eastman, law professor who in those days became a close advisor to then President Trump, with this theory that then Vice President Mike Pence had the power to overturn the election results. Tell us how that picture was fleshed out today.
Yeah, so today, Judy, we heard from Greg Jacob, who was former counsel to Vice President Pence at the time, as well as Judge Michael Luttig. Eastman was a clerk of Luttig's previously, and both of them testified that Eastman's theory was not legal, not constitutional, and that it also had no historical precedent. Despite all of that, Eastman continued to push this theory that and his plan that Pence could overturn the election results by simply rejecting the slate of electors that were sent to Congress by the states. And what we heard from Jacob today in testimony was that in his conversations with Eastman, Eastman acknowledged either tacitly or directly that his plan was not legal. Let's watch.
And he said, absolutely. Al Gore did not have a basis to do it in 2000. Kamala Harris shouldn't be able to do it in 2024, but I think you should do it today. When I pressed him on the point, I said, John, if the vice president did what you were asking him to do, we would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court, wouldn't we? And he initially started it, well, I think maybe you would lose only 7-2. And after some further discussion, acknowledged, well, yeah, you're right, we would lose 9-0.
Despite all of those acknowledgments from Eastman that Jacob recounted, Eastman continued to push Pence's team, which Jacob was a part of, as well as the vice president himself, to go forward with this plan. And what the committee showed us today in the testimony from Jacob, as well as from Mark Short, Chief of Staff to Vice President Pence, which they had tape deposition from, was that both Jacob and Short talked about what Eastman did in the lead up to January 6th. So on January 5th, Eastman met with Jacob in the White House complex, not far from where I'm standing right now, and Eastman directly asked Jacob, we need Pence to outright reject the electors. Now, later on in the day, because it became clear to Eastman that Pence was not going to do that and was adamantly refusing to go along with this plan, Eastman again asked Pence's team, well, trying to convince them another way. If you don't want to outright reject the electors, will you simply send the electors back to the state so that way they can send new ones to Congress? And again, Pence's team refused all of this. And so the big takeaway here, Judy, is that after these repeated attempts in the day right before January 6th, President Trump, still on January 6th, launched a very public pressure campaign for Pence to go forward with this plan.
And then, Lisa, we get to January the 6th. We learn new details today about what exactly happened that day, the danger to the vice president himself.
That's right. That pressure campaign that Laura's talking about happening at the White House happened as things right leading up to January 6th and what happened here at the Capitol. And what the committee laid out today in terms of what happened on January 6th speaks to President Trump's intent. At least that's what they're trying to get across. And they were directly connecting President Trump's actions, the tweets he sent, and the timing on that day, and what happened here at the Capitol. In particular, as the riot raged here at the Capitol and on this complex, the committee said that they have evidence that the president was told that the riot was happening, that staff around him were discussing him trying to tweet, asking him to tweet out something to calm his followers. But instead, here's what happened when Chief of Staff Mark Meadows took the news to the president, according to the committee, that a riot was happening at the U.S. Capitol.
The testimony further establishes that Mr. Meadows quickly informed the president and that he did so before the president issued his 2:24 p.m. tweet criticizing Vice President Pence for not having, quote, courage to do what needed to be done. Here is what the president wrote in his 2:24 p.m. tweet while the violence at the Capitol was going on. And here is what the rioters thought.
Pence voted against Trump. Okay, and that's when all this started? Yep, that's when we marched on the Capitol.
Mike Pence has betrayed the United States of America! Mike Pence has betrayed this president, and he has betrayed the people of the United States, and we will never, ever forget!
The committee also showed photos of what was happening with the vice president, depicting him going into the underground bunker, all of those steps that were taken. There he is on the phone, seeing the tweet from President Trump, described as frustrated that the president was not taking other action to try and disperse the crowd more quickly. And it's interesting, Greg Jacob that Laura spoke about earlier was asked specifically his reaction to the news that he saw today that the rioters were within 40 feet of him and the vice president. Here's what he said.
Does it surprise you to see how close the mob was to the evacuation route that you took? The 40 feet is the distance from me to you, roughly.
I could hear the din of the rioters in the building while we moved, but I don't think I was aware that they were as close as that.
All of this the case showing that there was imminent danger to the vice president, and the case that the committee is trying to make is that that came from the White House.
And we do know that despite all that, the vice president, the rest of members of Congress came back. They did certify that night the vote count, the electoral vote count. But Laura, the pressure campaign continued the next day.
That's right. The very next day, John Eastman called Eric Hirschman, White House attorney, and said that there were other avenues that the president, that his legal team could pursue to try to overturn the election. And so Hirschman, in testimony today, recounted that conversation here.
Eventually he said, orderly transition. I said, good, John. Now I'm going to give you the best free legal advice you're ever getting in your life. Get a great effing criminal defense lawyer. You're going to need it. And then I hung up on him.
And so what that testimony shows is that also right after that, again, we're seeing this acknowledgement from Eastman that the plan he was pursuing was not legal and that he likely knew that it was not legal, because then he emails a few days after January 6th, Rudy Giuliani, the personal lawyer to the president, saying that he would like to be put on the president's pardon list if possible. That was a revelation that came out today in the hearing that we had not previously seen.
And then finally, Lisa, put some of this into the larger context here in terms of what Democrats are trying to do.
When you speak with Democrats on the committee and the staff and the two members who are on the committee, we know that they are building a case here. They are raising questions, and some of them openly say they believe that that former President Trump should be indicted, should face criminal charges. That's audience number one, the Department of Justice and the decisions being made there. Audience two is still the American public. And, I noticed something interesting today. This committee is really trying to broadly reach out and hit different areas of interest for the American public. For example, when we talked about Greg Jacob and the moment where he was in that bunker when they were fleeing the mob, an interesting question came up from the Democrats on this committee. They asked him about him turning to prayer in that moment. And here's what he said he was thinking about as the riot was raging not far from them.
My faith really sustained me through it. I, down in the secure location, pulled out my Bible, read through it, and just took great comfort. Daniel 6 was where I went. He refuses an order from the king that he cannot follow, and he does his duty consistent with his oath to God. And I felt that that's what had played out that day.
Daniel 6, many people will know that's Daniel in the lion's den. This obviously was a genuine personal reflection from this man, but also it does have some political connotations. A very large part of President Trump's base includes people who are fervently religious, strong Christian believers. And here what the committee was saying is this kind of Christian idea was held by the vice president at the time. And here is someone who believes that the former President Trump was acting in the opposite, ungodly way. So there are a lot of dynamics here in play today that the committee is thinking about.
A lot of dynamics and a sobering day. Lisa Desjardins, Laura Barón-Lopez, we thank you both. For the fourth time this month, the Congressional Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol presented evidence of the relentless efforts by former President Trump and his allies to throw out the results of the 2020 election. The focus of today's hearing was the pressure former President Trump exerted on state legislators and state and local election officials. Because of the former president's repeated lies, Congressman Adam Schiff said that election workers face threats for simply doing their jobs.
The president's lie was and is a dangerous cancer on the body politic. If you can convince Americans that they cannot trust their own elections, that any time they lose it is somehow illegitimate, then what is left but violence to determine who should govern?
Those threats were made repeatedly over the phone, in person, and even at the homes of the election workers. The witnesses shared story after story about how the sustained intimidation has completely upended their lives.
At home, up till even recently, it is the new pattern or a pattern in our lives to worry what will happen on Saturdays, because we have various groups come by and they have had video panel trucks with videos of me proclaiming me to be a pedophile and a pervert and a corrupt and politician, and blaring loudspeakers in my neighborhood.
Some people broke into my daughter-in-law's home, and my son has passed and she's a widow and has 2 kids, and so we're very concerned about her safety also.
I just don't do nothing anymore. I don't want to go anywhere. I second guess everything that I do. It's affecting my life in a major way, in every way, all because of lies. For me doing my job, same thing I've been doing forever.
The NewsHour's congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins and our White House correspondent Laura Barron Lopez have been watching the hearing today, and they join me now. So much of today's testimony was moving, as we just heard. Laura, I want to begin with you. The witness we just heard from, he is the Speaker of the House in the state of Arizona, Rusty Bowers. This is a state that Joe Biden won by, 10,000 votes. And yet Speaker Bowers testified to the kind of relentless pressure he was put under. Tell us more about that.
That's right, Judy. He faced pressure from President Trump, and he faced pressure from Trump's lawyers. And specifically, Bowers recounted a conversation that he had with one of Trump's lawyers, John Eastman. And in that conversation, Eastman asked Bowers to call a vote in the Arizona legislature so that way they could decertify the state's electors, and those electors represent that state's electoral college vote. Here's what Bowers said in response to Eastman's request.
I said, "What would you have me do?" And he said, "Just do it and let the court sort it out." And I said, "You're asking me to do something that's never been done in history, the history of the United States, and I'm going to put my state through that without sufficient proof? And that's going to be good enough with me? That I would put us through that, my state, that I swore to uphold both in Constitution and in law? No, sir."
So Bowers also told the committee that he faced pressure from Trump and that he repeatedly told Trump that he would not do anything illegal to overturn the election results in his state. Even to this day, Bowers is facing a target on his back from the former president because President Trump put out a statement ahead of the hearing today saying that Bowers is a rhino, a Republican in name only. Trump also said that Bowers told him that he won the election right after November 2020, and that Bowers said that the election was rigged. Now, Congressman Schiff asked Bowers about that in his testimony today, and Bowers said, no, all of that is false, and that that he did not say any of that to the president, and that he repeated again and again in his testimony that he would never do anything illegal to overturn Arizona's election results.
And we should add that Speaker Bowers described himself as a conservative Republican. To Lisa now. Lisa, we also learned today that some of this pressure campaign was coming from members of Congress themselves who were pushing election officials to accept what they called alternate slates of electors. Tell us about that.
This is the charge from the committee. In addition to this idea that Laura was talking about, that the president and those around him were pushing states to simply overturn the results and say that he won the popular count in each state, we heard testimony today that the Trump campaign was also trying to push a different idea. Alternate slates of electors, that no matter what the results were in the end, the final tabulation, that they were preparing lists of people who would be the electors, and as many of our viewers know, the ones who cast the final votes in the American presidential system. And with those electors, there was a question of who was behind this idea. At one point, President Trump, we heard testimony today, got a phone call together with the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee, top Republican Party official in the country, and John Eastman, that lawyer we've heard so much about. And here's how McDaniel, again, top Republican official in the country, recounts that conversation about slates of electors.
What did the president say when he called you?
Essentially, he turned the call over to Mr. Eastman, who then proceeded to talk about the importance of the RNC helping the campaign gather these contingent electors in case any of the legal challenges that were ongoing changed the result of any of the states. I think more just helping them reach out and assemble them. But my understanding is the campaign did take the lead, and we just were helping them in that role.
That's the key portion, that the campaign took the lead. The timing there matters, Judy, and we're asking about the timing of that call. Was it when all of the court cases had already ended and it was clear the president had lost? In that case, this raises sort of criminal questions about fraud and election fraud. Was it beforehand? Those are important questions about this sort of idea. But let's talk about those two members of Congress that came up today in the hearing. One, Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona. He is someone who did ask, we heard in testimony today, the state speaker to try and change the results or overturn the results, bring in new electors, create electors. And then Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. The testimony today, and we saw this in text messages, was that on January 6th itself, that one of his aides reached out to Vice President Pence's staff and said the senator wanted to hand him a slate of alternate electors on January 6th. Ron Johnson's office today says he didn't know about that ahead of time, but there is a real question if on January 6th itself, Ron Johnson was still trying to bring in a slate of electors that was not what his state decided.
Still some unanswered questions there. And Lisa, staying with you, so much of the focus today was on these state and local election officials. Tell us more about what we heard from this committee in terms of White House officials themselves pressuring local election people.
In particular, two women from Fulton County. These are the two women who were seen in video moving absentee ballots late at night. The Trump campaign for months said that those were secret suitcases of ballots. We know that's not true. It was regular election procedure. You heard from Shaye Moss earlier. Her mother, Ruby Freeman, also testified about the barrage of threats that came emanating from her name being used by the Trump campaign, including people knocking on her door. At one point, the FBI saying she had to move because the threats to her life and property were so serious. Here's what she told the committee in recorded testimony this has meant and done to her.
There is nowhere I feel safe. Nowhere. Do you know how it feels to have the President of the United States to target you? The President of the United States is supposed to represent every American, not to target one. But he targeted me, Lady Ruby, a small business owner, a mother, a proud American citizen who stand up to help Fulton County run an election in the middle of the pandemic.
Judy, I want to show you some quick statistics. She represents thousands of election workers across this country. And look at what's happened since 2020. Election officials experiencing threats, 1 in 6. And election officials who plan to quit by 2024, look at that, 1 in 5. So this is something that is not one person, though that might have been an extreme version of it. Many election officials feeling personal harm and professional harm from the last election.
Yeah, those numbers are just absolutely stunning. And finally, back to you, Laura. We did hear today, as we've reported, from the top 2 election officials in the state of Georgia, the Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, and also the official who works with him closely, Gabriel Sterling. We already knew about the phone call that President Trump had placed and spent over an hour pressuring Raffensperger. What else did we learn today about the pressure he put on them?
Yeah, there were 2 things that stood out today, Judy. One, Sterling in his testimony said that the onslaught of disinformation and conspiracy theories pushed by President Trump, as he and his team tried to fight it, it was like, quote, shoveling out the ocean, trying to clear out the ocean with a shovel. And then the second thing was the specificity of Raffensperger's testimony. He went into specific details about everything that he investigated, saying he investigated every element of the allegations that Trump's team brought to him.
They said that there was over 66,000 underage voters. We found that there was actually 0. They said that there was 2,423 non-registered voters. There was 0. They said that there was 2,056 felons. We identified less than 74 or less that were actually still in felony sentence. Every single allegation we checked, we ran down the rabbit trail to make sure that our numbers were accurate.
So Raffensperger, you mentioned, Judy, he detailed all of the stuff about the allegations that Trump brought to him and how they were all false. He also talked about that phone call that Trump made to him, pressuring him to find more than 11,000 votes. Now, that phone call, a lot of election law experts think is enough to bring criminal charges against the president and his allies. Now, the committee today brought up the illegality of what we witnessed on January 6th and the lead up to it. And they kept saying over and over again that the Justice Department needs to be paying attention to what they are presenting. But it's not just the Justice Department that could bring criminal charges. The Fulton County DA in Georgia could very well bring charges herself against the president and against his allies. Right now, there is a grand jury investigation going on, which she is overseeing. And they also heard testimony from Raffensperger earlier this month. So that just speaks to the fact that it's not just the Justice Department, but that in Georgia they could also bring charges against the president as we look forward to what potentially the ramifications could be.
All right, a very, very full day of testimony. I want to thank you both, Laura Barón-Lopez, covering all this from the White House, Lisa Desjardins at the Capitol. Thank you. In its 5th public hearing, the Congressional Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack detailed its findings of how former President Donald Trump pressured the Department of Justice to overturn the 2020 election results. 3 of Mr. Trump's top Justice Department officials, the acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, the acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donoghue, and Assistant Attorney General Stephen Engel, all recounted how Mr. Trump wanted the department to undermine and overturn the election, and how, when that effort failed, Mr. Trump nearly installed a loyalist who would carry out his demands. Here's Donoghue.
For the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis. And I wanted to make sure that he understood the gravity of the situation.
Congressman Adam Kinzinger, one of 2 Republicans serving on the committee, led the presentation today. In his opening remarks, he had a message for his party.
I want to take a moment now to speak directly to my fellow Republicans. Imagine the country's top prosecutor with the power to open investigations, subpoena, charge crimes, and seek imprisonment. Imagine that official pursuing the agenda of the other party instead of that of the American people as a whole. And if you're a Democrat, imagine it the other way around. Today, President Trump's total disregard for the Constitution and his oath will be fully exposed.
NewsHour congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins and our White House correspondent Laura Barone-Lopez have been watching this hearing today, and they join me now. So, Laura, I'm going to turn to you first. So much of this hearing today, most of it, was about the pressure that then President Trump placed on the Justice Department to try to get them to do what he wanted them to do, which was overturn the election. Tell us how that case that the committee was making, the facts they put forward, built the case that they were making.
We heard today from top officials within former President Trump's Justice Department about that pressure that you just mentioned, Judy, about the fact that he wanted them to declare the 2020 election corrupt. We learned that Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, asked the DOJ to investigate whether Italian military satellites were manipulating voting machines. And we also heard from Trump's acting attorney general at the time, Rosen, and Rosen said that virtually every day between late December to early January, Trump was talking to him and calling him and trying to have conversations with him. And here's the litany of requests that Trump made to Rosen.
So the common element of all of this was the president expressing his dissatisfaction that the Justice Department, in his view, had not done enough to investigate election fraud. But at different junctures, other topics came up at different intervals. So at one point, he had raised the question of having a special counsel for election fraud. At a number of points, he raised requests that I meet with his campaign counsel, Mr. Giuliani. At one point, he raised whether the Justice Department would file a lawsuit in the Supreme Court. At a couple of junctures, there were questions about making public statements or about holding a press conference. At one of the later junctures was this issue of sending a letter to state legislatures in Georgia or other states. And so there were different things raised at different parts of, or different intervals, with the common theme being his dissatisfaction about what the Justice Department had done to investigate election fraud.
The dissatisfaction didn't stop there. President Trump also pressed, in a December 27th conversation, he pressed Rosen's deputy, Donahue, to also investigate these allegations. And Donahue told the committee that Trump brought forward an arsenal of allegations. And when asked by Congressman Kinzinger if any of them were credible, Donahue said no, they weren't.
And Laura, other than the former president himself, a central figure in all of this testimony today was Jeffrey Clark, that lower level Justice Department official who was pushing the former President Trump's line about a fraud in the election. Tell us what we learned more today about his role in all this.
Jeffrey Clark is a really fascinating figure here who was not present at the committee hearing at all today. And he is he's an environmental lawyer, and he then became the head of the civil division within the Justice Department around 2020. And he was key in trying to convince Trump to install him as the head of the Justice Department, because he told Trump that he would essentially be a yes man and was willing to do all the things that Trump was asking the Justice Department to do, and to replace Rosen with himself. Now, we heard about the big meeting that happened on January 3rd in the Oval Office with former President Trump, with his acting attorney general Rosen, the deputies, as well as Jeffrey Clark. And in that meeting, Trump asked what would happen if he replaced Rosen with Clark. And here's what Donahue, the deputy AG at the time, said would happen.
He said, so suppose I do this. So suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What would you do? And I said, Mr. President, I would resign immediately. I'm not working 1 minute for this guy, who I had just declared was completely incompetent. And so the president immediately turned to Mr. Engel, and he said, Steve, you wouldn't resign, would you? And he said, absolutely, I would, Mr. President. You leave me no choice.
Donahue went on to say that also hundreds of Department of Justice officials would go on to resign if Trump tried to install Jeffrey Clark atop the Justice Department. And one final important point about Clark here, Judy, is that he went before the committee in private deposition, and he pled the fifth over and over again so as not to incriminate himself.
It appears he didn't answer any of the committee questions. Lisa, I want to turn to you now. We learned more today about the role in all of this of several members of Congress, didn't we?
We heard a lot of accusations and witness testimony about roles of members of Congress, and this speaks to exactly what Laura was reporting about. How did someone who was lower level in the Justice Department, Jeffrey Clark, be poised to become Attorney General at this important moment? And in that, we heard testimony again from the former Deputy Attorney General, Richard Donahue. He had this fascinating bit, Judy, where he talked about a phone call he was on with President Trump. And during that phone call, Mr. Donahue took notes on a pad near his phone because he wanted to record all the allegations that the former president was making. And I want to show you a graphic of one of the things that he said the former President Trump told him. He told him that he was asked by the president, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and Republican congressmen. So there, former President Trump is implicating in this evidence Republican congressmen in this idea of overturning the election, calling it corrupt, whether it was or not. We had a little bit more evidence about who he was talking about, at least in part, or who the committee believes was involved. Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania, Republican. He is also currently the leader of the House Freedom Caucus, known for its conservative values and for really trying to affect what happens on the floor of the House. I reached out to Representative Perry's office. We haven't heard back yet from him. But the idea was that Perry himself is the one who helped raise Jeffrey Clark as a potential to change the top of the Justice Department so that it could help President Trump. Here's an exchange that we heard today, Adam Kinzinger, the congressman, going through some of the text exchanges between Representative Perry and the then Chief of Staff to President Trump, Mark Meadows. Here's what he laid out.
Meadows responds with, I got it. I think I understand. Let me work on the deputy position. Representative Perry then texts, Roger, just sent you something on Signal. Just sent you an updated file. Did you call Jeff Clark? Mr. Donahue, Representative Perry called you the next day on December 27th. Who told him to call you?
My understanding is the president did at the outset of the call.
And so that's the idea that a member of Congress was actually getting involved in what this committee sees as plots. We are waiting to hear from these members of Congress specifically. One other thing we heard today that was very notable, this committee raised evidence testimony from those in the White House that said 6 members of Congress had asked for pardons specifically for themselves, and that another, Representative Jordan, had asked about whether pardons would be issued. Representative Jordan has issued a statement tonight saying that is absolutely not true. He called it 100% fake news. But we've asked these other representatives, Scott Perry, one of them, Mo Brooks, Louis Gohmert, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Andy Biggs are the ones that the committee testimony today said asked for pardons for themselves in relation to the 2020 election and what they had said. Again, very serious accusations, especially from members of Congress against the other. So we're waiting to hear from their response.
And we heard former White House aides and advisors making some of those statements. Lisa Desjardins, Laura Barone-Lopez, thank you both. The Congressional Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol today held a quickly scheduled hearing, its 6th this month, to present what it called new and urgent evidence about what former President Donald Trump knew and said before, during, and after the insurrection. Cassidy Hutchinson, a former aide to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, presented the most compelling and detailed account yet of the actions of the former president's inner circle. And she shared her own reaction as she watched the events of January 6th.
I remember feeling frustrated, disappointed, and really, it felt personal. I was really sad. As an American, I was disgusted. It was unpatriotic. It was un-American. We were watching the Capitol building get defaced over a lie.
Today was the first time Hutchinson publicly appeared before the committee, but she has spoken several other times behind closed doors. And in video from those depositions, Hutchinson explained that Trump knew some of the members of the crowd were armed with weapons because he grew frustrated about the Secret Service security procedures, specifically the metal detectors, making the crowd at his January 6th speech smaller than he wanted.
He wanted it full, and he was angry that we weren't letting people through the mags with weapons. I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, you know, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away.
Our congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins and White House correspondent Laura Barone Lopez have been following the hearings today. They both join me now. Laura, let me begin with you. Cassidy Hutchinson, not a name we were familiar with, but she was at the center of so much what was going on in the White House, certainly had a lot of access. How did she fill in the timeline of what took place?
That's right, Judy. So Cassidy Hutchinson has worked for Republicans for a very long time, and she was in daily contact with her boss, Mark Meadows, as well as a lot of other senior White House officials throughout her time in the White House and leading up to January 6th. She testified that on multiple occasions there were warnings and raised concerns about threats of violence on that day. She said that she overheard Rudy Giuliani, President Trump's lawyer, talking about Proud Boys and Oath Keepers being present at the events that day. And then she also gave very important testimony about an exchange that she had with Pat Cipollone, White House counsel to President Trump. And in that exchange, Cipollone told Hutchinson on January 3rd that he was really worried about legal concerns that the White House could face if President Trump decided to go to the Capitol on January 6th, making a movement that would be very logistically difficult. And he also warned her again on the morning of January 6th. Here's what Cipollone said to Hutchinson.
And we understand, Ms. Hutchinson, that you also spoke to Mr. Cipollone on the morning of the 6th as you were about to go to the rally on the Ellipse. And Mr. Cipollone said something to you like, make sure the movement to the Capitol does not happen. Is that correct?
That's correct. I saw Mr. Cipollone right before I walked out onto West Exec that morning, and Mr. Cipollone said something to the effect of, please make sure we don't go up to the Capitol, Cassidy. Keep in touch with me. We're going to get charged with every crime imaginable if we make that movement happen.
Now, that exchange that Hutchinson recalled was new. We had never heard that before. And also the specific crimes that Cipollone was talking about. He told Hutchinson that he thought that they could face obstruction of proceeding charges, as well as defrauding of electors charges. And still, despite all of those warnings, the president wanted to go to the Capitol and urged his staff to make it possible for him.
And Laura, Cassidy Hutchinson testified about how she traveled in the president's motorcade to the rally that was taking place on the morning of January 6th. And she also testified about the president's reaction when he learned that a number of the people at that rally or in that area were carrying weapons.
That's right. As you mentioned earlier, Judy, the president was really upset that his supporters were not being allowed into where his speech was at, which is the Ellipse, which is right outside of the White House. And it was because that they had weapons, they had knives, they had other, very dangerous paraphernalia on them. And the president said, let them through. They aren't going to hurt me. And that he was pretty much dismissing threats of a violence. Now, after his speech at that Stop the Steal rally with his supporters, the president then went to go get into his motorcade, into the vehicle that we call the Beast. And when he got in with Robert Engel, who was his top Secret Service agent that day. And he was under the impression that he was going to be able to go from that speech to the Capitol along with his supporters. And when he was told by Robert Engel that he was not going to be able to do that due to resources, here's how the president reacted.
The president had very strong, a very angry response to that. Tony described him as being irate. The president said something to the effect of, "I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now." To which Bobby responded, "Sir, we have to go back to the West Wing." The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol." Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Renato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
Hutchinson was told that exchange about that episode in The Beast by Anthony Ornato, who was then Deputy Chief of Staff to the president. And she said that when she was told that when they returned to the White House, because again, she was in the motorcade with the president throughout the day when he went to the speech, when he came back to the White House from the speech. And she said that when she was told that Robert Engel was standing there in the room, again, that Secret Service agent with the president, and he did not refute anything that was said in that episode. And as the day went on, then rioters broke into the Capitol, which we all watched as they started to descend into the Senate. And Hutchinson said that at that point, she witnessed Pat Cipollone, White House counsel to the president, confront Mark Meadows, Chief of Staff, and that Cipollone was very concerned because we were starting to hear chants about hanging Vice President Mike Pence from the rioters that had descended on the Capitol. And here is what Cipollone said to Meadows.
I remember Pat saying something to the effect of, "Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the vice president to be effing hung." And Mark had responded something to the effect of, "You heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong."
The big picture here, Judy, is that we've heard from Hutchinson's testimony time and again all of the warning signs and all of the concerns about what would happen on January 6th, and that the president appeared to be dismissing the threats of violence, not just to members of Congress, but also to his vice president.
And I'm going to have Lisa pick it up from here. Lisa, when it comes to the president's then chief of staff, Mark Meadows, we did learn more today about his role in all this.
That's right. A lot of names here, but central is Mark Meadows. And let's remind our viewers who we're talking about in his own history. Mark Meadows came to Congress as a member from North Carolina. And we can look at some of the associations in a graphic that we have here. There you go. Mark Meadows, he, in 2015, formed the Freedom Caucus with Congressman Jim Jordan. And then in 2020, he became the chief of staff to President Trump. Central figure, and what we heard described today in testimony, Judy, was a picture of a chief of staff who was not acting to the degree to which it almost seemed it was a passiveness that may have bordered on permissiveness of what was going on in the White House's Oval Office. On January 2nd in particular, Cassidy Hutchinson described a conversation with Rudy Giuliani. She was walking him out of the White House. He brought up plans for January 6th in a way that really got on her radar like never before. She walked back into the White House, and she was asked today, did she then talk to Mark Meadows, her boss, about what she heard from Giuliani? Here's her response.
I went back up to our office, and I found Mr. Meadows in his office on the couch. He was scrolling through his phone. I remember leaning against the doorway and saying, "I had an interesting conversation with Rudy, Mark. Sounds like we're going to go to the Capitol." He didn't look up from his phone and said something to the effect of, "There's a lot going on, Cass, but I don't know. Things might get real bad on January 6th. That evening was the first moment that I remember feeling scared and nervous for what could happen on January 6th.
Fast forward to January 6th, and Hutchinson says her boss, Mark Meadows, was unresponsive to her pleas to pay attention to what was going on at the Capitol. He wasn't even really concerned about Jim Jordan when she first brought that issue up. And then she recounted this moment when White House counsel Pat Cipollone reached out to Meadows to try and get him to get the president more involved. Here's that conversation.
The rioters have gotten to the Capitol, Mark. We need to go down and see the president now. And Mark looked up at him and said, he doesn't want to do anything, Pat. And Pat said something to the effect of, and very clearly had said this to Mark, something to the effect of, Mark, something needs to be done or people are going to die and the blood's going to be on your effing hands. This is getting out of control. I'm going down there.
Just extraordinary testimony. We also heard today that from Hutchinson that Meadows himself asked for a pardon. We, of course, reached out to Mr. Meadows' attorneys for a response to all of this. We have not heard back yet.
Lisa, there was literally one explosive disclosure after another. Anything else you would add that was noteworthy in the way of accusations, and how are the former president and the others around him responding to all this?
I will say some Republicans have reacted in texts with me, direct messages, with just a simple exclamation point. But it's important to point out that the president has, in fact, been responding today. Here are some of the quotes that he's put out on social media today. First, he said of Hutchinson, "I hardly know who this person is." Of that limo anecdote, the idea that he reached out and assaulted a security aide, he said that's a fake story. And he also said there's no cross-examination for this so-called witnesses. This is a kangaroo court. And I should remind viewers, of course, that former President Trump in the past has disassociated himself, said he doesn't know people that we know he has been associated with in the past. So I want to add that piece of context. Now, overall, let's talk about all these accusations. Laura and I have presented a lot of reporting. It's easy to get lost in, but we wanted to summarize what we learned today overall. First, that President Trump knew about weapons here in Washington, D.C., and a chance for violence from the crowd as it was getting ready to go to the Capitol, and that he himself wanted to march into the Capitol with the crowd. The other accusation is that he assaulted the security chief sworn to protect him because he wanted to take over and get himself to the Capitol. And then another accusation, Judy, that's important, witness tampering. The committee said that they now have messages from Trump allies to witnesses saying that they are sure they will be loyal. That, of course, is also a potential federal crime. And I think with all of this, what we're seeing now is the committee kind of honing more and more evidence for criminal cases. That still remains in the hands of the Department of Justice, of course. And we also know more hearings are ahead. We don't know when.
That's right. They pointed to hearings upcoming, more information to be disclosed. Lisa Desjardins, Laura Barone-Lopez, we thank you both. The January 6th committee hearing this afternoon, the 7th public meeting, ended with a dramatic revelation. Vice Chair Liz Cheney said former President Trump recently called a witness the committee was talking to, an action the committee referred to the Department of Justice as potential witness tampering. Over the course of 3 hours, the committee also laid out in detail a series of events leading up to the insurrection on January 6th. That began weeks earlier in a mid-December White House meeting that one former aide called unhinged, as allies of then-President Trump repeated baseless claims about election fraud and urged action to overturn the results. Later that night, Mr. Trump sent a tweet that one committee member called a call to arms for his supporters. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild, he wrote. As the committee showed, supporters of the former president, including members of a far-right militia group, heeded his call. One person even predicted a red wedding. That's a pop culture reference to a massacre on January 6th. Jason Van Tatenhove, a former spokesman for the Oath Keepers, drew the connection and concern for the future.
If a president that's willing to try to instill and encourage, to whip up a civil war amongst his followers using lies and deceit and snake oil, and regardless of the human impact, what else is he going to do if he gets elected again? All bets are off at that point.
Representative Stephanie Murphy of Florida read from a text exchange between two Trump campaign advisors, including one-time campaign manager Brad Parscale, who, after the events of January 6th, blamed his former boss.
Mr. Parscale said, quote, "This is about Trump pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, "This week I feel guilty for helping him win," Katrina Pearson responded, "You did what you felt right at the time, and therefore it was right." Mr. Parscale added, "Yeah, but a woman is dead. And yeah, if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone." When Ms. Pearson replied, "It wasn't the rhetoric," Mr. Parscale said, "Katrina, yes, it was."
And for more on what we learned from the hearing, I'm joined by our congressional correspondent, Lisa Desjardins, and White House correspondent, Laura Barone Lopez. Good evening to both of you. Lisa, you were in the hearing room. Let's start by talking about that dramatic confrontation inside the White House. It was December 2020. It was all about whether and how to overturn the election. Tell us more.
We are now at the point, Judy, where the committee is going chronologically right up to January 6th. And this important moment happened in the middle of December after the Attorney General had already said there was no reason to believe there was fraud worth overturning the election, already had dismissed what the president, then Trump, had been saying. So let's take you inside who was in this meeting. 4 people in particular in this meeting were surprise guests to many of the staffers in the White House. Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal attorney at different times. And there you also see 3 other people, including Michael Flynn, former security advisor, but then he did not have a position at the White House. There you also see all of the people there who were advising him. Sidney Powell included them, and then Patrick Byrne on the end, who is the CEO of Overstock.com. Those 4 people, the testimony today was that it wasn't clear they actually had been invited to the White House. They somehow at the last minute were able to get into the Oval Office. They all presented, the testimony today said, conspiracy theories that ran the gamut, pushing the president even to do things like declare martial law, to seize election machines, those kinds of things. Also coming into the Oval Office during this meeting then were actual White House staffers. There you see some of them who were involved. Eric Hirschman, the attorney, the staff secretary, Lyons. You see Mark Meadows, chief of staff in and out, and the president's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. Cipollone, they were pushing back at the 4 others in what was described in an extensive montage of bites as a very hostile confrontation. Let's listen to how they played it out in the hearing today.
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people who were in the Oval Office.
Was the meeting tense?
Oh, yeah. It was not a casual meeting.
Explain.
I mean, at times there were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other. It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on a couch, like chit-chatting.
Cipollone and Hirschman and whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, you got people walk in, it was late at night, it had been a long day, and what they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm gonna categorically describe it as, you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
That was essentially a battle for the soul of the White House. As that hours-long meeting ran on and on, after it ended, Judy, around 1:42 in the morning, came the tweet that you talked about earlier tonight. That idea, the president asking for people to come to January 6th for a wild protest. That tweet was sent out right after that contentious meeting.
And Lisa, the committee is charging that the president did more than just send out that tweet about a wild protest. What more are they saying?
That's right. As you get closer to January 6th, here's some more of what the committee said. Steve Bannon, the president's advisor, longtime advisor, was on the phone with the president. They said White House call logs showed the morning of January 5th. Now, also on January 5th, I want to remind viewers what Steve Bannon said on his broadcast show. Listen to this quote.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different.
NewsHour's White House correspondent, Laura Barone Lopez. Laura, why was the last hearing rescheduled, and remind us what the committee has covered in these hearings so far?
So the last hearing, which was set for the end of September, was rescheduled due to Hurricane Ian bearing down on parts of Florida, and the committee decided that it was not a good time to be having that hearing. So they rescheduled to today, and essentially what we've learned to date, all the hearings have covered very different aspects and have been very focused on elements of what led up to and what happened on January 6th. So they framed it, sometimes hearings were just focused on former President Donald Trump's pressure campaign on the Justice Department. Then another hearing was focused on Donald Trump and his allies' pressure campaign on members of Congress to not certify the election results. And then other elements, other hearings were solely focused on the former president and his allies' efforts to pressure state local electeds, trying to tell them not to send slates of ballots to Congress to be certified. So to stop it at the state level. We heard from local electeds and state officials in Georgia, in Arizona, who testified live before the committee, the pressure that they were under by the former president, by those closest to him, to not certify election results, to try to find extra votes, which of course would have been illegal and not possible. So that is what we have essentially covered to date, as well as then what happened on January 6th and what Donald Trump's involvement was on that specific day. What was he trying to do? How much pressure did he put on his vice president at the time, Mike Pence, to not certify again the election results and to essentially overthrow the will of the electorate? Also, how much about the violence on that day did the former president know about? Those were all things that were covered very closely by the committee with live testimony.
Do we know anything new about what this hearing will be about since it was rescheduled?
We do. So yesterday, a number of select committee aides spoke to reporters, and they told us that unlike prior hearings, this hearing is going to be a step back. They're going to take a big step back and try to create this big picture. It's not going to have any live witness testimony. We can expect a lot of multimedia videos, evidence that they are going to be running through to really just present prior findings and new findings to the public. So we are likely to see some new documentary footage that the committee has obtained that is expected to be about Roger Stone. He is a longtime Trump advisor, someone who was there that day, someone who was very much involved with a lot of people on the ground around the insurrection, and what he was doing to encourage the former president to not go along with the election results, and what he was doing to work with people potentially on the ground. So we're going to see possibly new documentary footage there. And essentially the committee is saying that they are going to be running through the evidence, and they're also going to be focused heavily on Trump's mindset that day, and again, how much he was involved in what was happening that day at the Capitol.
It's been nearly 3 months since the last public hearing. What has the committee been doing in that time?
So the documentary footage I just mentioned, they were obtaining that. They also have obtained more than 1 million text messages from the Secret Service in the lead up surrounding that day. They had been working to get a hold of those text messages. We know that there, of course, were some text messages that were deleted from Secret Service members, and that's something that the committee is never going to be able to get their hands on. But the fact that they have gotten more than 1 million text messages in 2 large batches is something that could potentially, we could see more evidence around that during this hearing. The other thing that they did was they heard deposition testimony from Ginny Thomas. She's the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. And as a lot of our viewers probably know, she was advocating for, really pushing hard for the president, the former president, as well as those around him, to reject the election results and to go along with this pressure campaign to get other Republicans to go along in it, to overturn the will of the electorate.
Over the last few months, former President Trump has repeated some of the fraudulent election claims that are at the center of this committee and of these hearings. Do you think what this committee has been covering is influencing former President Trump's statements or his rhetoric around the 2020 election?
Former President Donald Trump has, as you noted, Nicole, routinely lied about the 2020 election results, and the committee's work has definitely gotten under his skin. That's been clear that when we've heard testimony in the past from many of his former aides, again, one key element of these hearings that is very important is that so many of these witnesses are Republicans, or they're Republicans who worked for the president in the White House, around the White House. And so there are a lot of people who have decided to come forward based on what they were involved in that day, based on what they saw the president do that day. And that has definitely gotten under Trump's skin, and he's lashed out. And this is another key thing that I didn't cover earlier about the hearings in regards to Trump, which is that there are 3 potential criminal charges that the committee is looking at. Of course, the committee can't bring charges against Trump, but they would refer these charges to the Justice Department. And when the hearings were happening across June and July, the committee alleged that the former president was potentially engaged in witness tampering because he and those around him were reaching out to witnesses that were speaking before the committee. So that's one potential criminal charge that the committee might refer to the Justice Department. Also, obstruction of a congressional proceeding. And lastly, an attempt to defraud the U.S.
You mentioned that we may hear some taped footage of Ginni Thomas and potentially some new documentary footage. Is there anything else that you'll be paying attention to or that you think we'll hear or who will hear from during this hearing?
That's really hard to say. The committee has kept a very tight lip, but there are potentially other deposition testimonies that we have not heard in entirety that they could very well play today. One thing where everyone is waiting for, as well as myself, is the final report. Now, that won't be coming out today. That's not something that the committee is fully done with. Even though this appears to be the last hearing for the foreseeable future, aides were very careful yesterday to say that this is not necessarily the last hearing, that they are still moving forward with other elements of their investigation. There could very well be more hearings. When exactly or what exactly are the criminal charges going to be that the committee recommends to the Justice Department?
Thank you, Laura. PBS NewsHour special coverage of the 9th January 6th hearing will resume shortly. We now turn to the hearing room where guests, committee members, and several others will be gathering. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nicole Ellis.
This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this PBS NewsHour special live coverage of the January 6th hearings held by the Select Committee of the House of Representatives to investigate last year's attack on the United States Capitol. I'm Amna Nawaz. The committee held 8 hearings over the summer, laying out the case that former President Trump was directly responsible for the attack on the Capitol. Today's hearing is expected to focus on Trump's state of mind and his level of involvement before and after January 6th. No witnesses are expected to testify live, although the committee is expected to show video clips from testimony gathered during closed-door sessions. We're seeing a live look at the hearing room right there, and as soon as the chairman, Benny Thompson, calls the committee to order, we will join the hearing live in progress. In the meantime, as we're waiting for folks to file in there, I'm joined here in the studio by Mary McCord, Director of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection. She's a former Justice Department official as well. And Jamil Jaffer is also here, a law professor at George Mason University and former Associate Counsel to President George W. Bush. Welcome to you both. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having us.
So we're going to wait, of course, for Chairman Thompson to begin that hearing and go live to the hearing room as soon as that happens. In the meantime, we mentioned 8 hearings previously. We know no live witnesses today, but Mary McCord, what are you looking for?
Well, I'm interested to hear and see some of the new information that has been gleaned that supposedly will corroborate some of what we heard about Secret Service activity, particularly on January 6th, and interested in what additional evidence they've procured.
We'll keep an eye on what they present. It looks as if the committee is about to gavel in. We'll go live now to the hearing room.
Without objection, the chairs are authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good afternoon, and may God bless the United States of America. 4 months ago, this committee started to present our findings to you, the American people. From the beginning, we understood that some people watching those proceedings would wrongly assume that the committee's investigation was a partisan exercise. That's why I asked those who were skeptical of our work to simply listen to the evidence, to hear the testimony with an open mind, and to let the facts speak for themselves before reaching any judgment. Over the course of these hearings, the evidence has proven that there was a multi-part plan led by former President Donald Trump to overturn the 2020 election. Donald Trump lost his bid for re-election, as shown from the testimony of some of the president's closest allies and advisors. Donald Trump knew he lost. Despite this knowledge, Donald Trump went to court to contest the 2020 election, and he lost in court. The Electoral College met and declared Joe Biden the winner, yet Donald Trump continued to pull out all the stops in his attempt to stay in power. What Donald Trump proceeded to do after the 2020 election is something no president has done before in our country. In a staggering betrayal of his oath, Donald Trump attempted a plan that led to an attack on a pillar of our democracy. It's still hard to believe. But the facts and testimony are clear, consistent, and undisputed. How do we know this? How have we been able to present such a clear picture of what took place? Because of the testimony we've heard and that we have presented to you through these proceedings, because of the documentary evidence we've gathered and also made available directly to you, the American people. When you look back at what has come out through this committee's work, the most striking fact is that all this evidence comes almost entirely from Republicans. The evidence that has emerged did not come from Democrats or opponents of Donald Trump. Instead, look at who's written and testified and produced evidence. Who has that been? Aides who've worked loyally for Donald Trump for years, Republican state officials and legislators, Republican electors, the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee, political professionals who worked at the highest levels of the Trump campaign, Trump appointees who served in the most senior positions in the Justice Department, President Trump's staff and closest advisors in the White House, members of the President Trump's family, his own White House counsel. I've served in Congress a long time. I can tell you it's tough for any congressional investigation to obtain evidence like what we've received, least of all such a detailed view into a president's inner circle. And I want to be clear, not all these witnesses were thrilled to talk to us. Some put up quite a fight, but ultimately the vast majority cooperated with our investigation. And what we've shown you over the last 4 months has been centered on the evidence that has come overwhelmingly from Republican witnesses. So I say to you again, as I did in June, this investigation is not about politics. It's not about party. It's about the facts, plain and simple. And it's about making sure our government functions under the rule of law as our Constitution demands. Today, as in previous proceedings, my colleagues and I will present new evidence. That includes new testimony from additional Republicans who served in the Trump administration, never before seen footage of congressional leaders on January 6th working to coordinate the response to the violence and ensure the people's business went forward. New materials produced to the committee by the Secret Service, details about the ongoing threat to American democracy. Today's proceeding will also be grounded in the facts, but it won't look exactly like all our other hearings. We'll also take a step back and look at the evidence in a broader context, providing a summary of key facts we've uncovered. Facts relevant to former President Trump's state of mind, about his motivation, and about his intent. What did President Trump know? What was he told? What was his personal and substantial role in the multi-part plan to overturn the election? For those of you who've watched our prior hearings, some of this evidence will look familiar. For those of you tuning in for the first time, we'll summarize some of the most important facts, and we'll urge you to go online and watch our hearing in full. There's one more difference about today. Pursuant to the notice circulated prior to today's proceedings, we are convened today not as a hearing, but as a formal committee business meeting, so that in addition to presenting evidence, we can potentially hold a committee vote on further investigative action based upon that evidence. Before we get to that evidence, I'd recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Much has happened since our last public hearing on July 21st. As the chairman mentioned, we've received new and voluminous documentation from the Secret Service, which we continue to analyze. We've received new witness testimony, including about efforts to obstruct our investigation and conceal key facts. And according to public reporting, the Department of Justice has been very active in pursuing many of the issues identified in our prior hearings. Our committee may ultimately decide to make a series of criminal referrals to the Department of Justice, but we recognize that our role is not to make decisions regarding prosecution. The preamble to our Constitution recites among its purposes to, quote, establish justice. And our nation's judiciary and our U.S. Department of Justice have that responsibility. A key element of this committee's responsibility is to propose reforms to prevent January 6th from ever happening again. We've already proposed, and the House has now passed, a bill to amend the Electoral Count Act to help ensure that no other future plots to overturn an election can succeed. And we will make further specific recommendations in our final report, based in part on the evidence you will hear today. Our hearings last summer began with an outline of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the 2020 presidential election. We then proceeded to demonstrate each of these elements in detail with more than 20 hours of evidence. Today, we will see new evidence, but as the chairman said, we will also synthesize evidence you've seen before. The vast weight of evidence presented so far has shown us that the central cause of January 6th was one man, Donald Trump, whom many others followed. None of this would have happened without him. He was personally and substantially involved in all of it. Exactly how did one man cause all of this? Today, we will focus on President Trump's state of mind, his intent, his motivations, and how he spurred others to do his bidding, and how another January 6th could happen again if we do not take necessary action to prevent it. As you view our evidence today, I would suggest a focus on the following points. First, as you will see, President Trump had a premeditated plan to declare that the election was fraudulent and stolen before Election Day, before he knew the election results. He made his stolen election claims on election night against the advice of his campaign without any evidence in hand. Then, over the next 2 months, he sought to find those who would help him invent and spread lies about the widespread fraud. Many of those who stepped forward to help, including Rudy Giuliani, knew they never had real evidence sufficient to change the election results. And on the evening of January 5th, they admitted they were still trying to find that phantom evidence. Of course, as a result of making intentionally false claims of election fraud, Mr. Giuliani's license to practice law has now been suspended. Second, please recognize that President Donald Trump was in a unique position, better informed about the absence of widespread election fraud than almost any other American. President Trump's own campaign experts told him that there was no evidence to support his claims. His own Justice Department appointees investigated the election fraud claims and told him point blank they were false. In mid-December 2020, President Trump's senior advisors told him the time had come to concede the election. Donald Trump knew the courts had ruled against him. He had all of this information, but still he made the conscious choice to claim fraudulently that the election was stolen, to pressure state officials to change election results, to manufacture fake electoral slates, to attempt to corrupt our Department of Justice, to summon tens of thousands of supporters to Washington. Knowing that they were angry, knowing that some of them were armed, he sent them to the Capitol. Then, as the riot was underway, he incited his supporters to further violence by publicly condemning his vice president. And then he refused for hours to disband his rioting supporters and instruct them to leave the Capitol, even when he was begged repeatedly to do so. None of this is normal or acceptable or lawful in our republic. Third, please consider today who had a hand in defeating President Trump's efforts to overturn the election. Vice President Pence, Bill Barr, Jeff Rosen, and others at the Department of Justice, state Republican officials, White House staff who blocked proposals to mobilize the military to seize voting machines and run new elections, our Capitol Police, aided by the Metropolitan Police, other federal law enforcement, and our National Guard, who arrived later in the afternoon. All of these people had a hand in stopping Donald Trump. This leads us to a key question. Why would Americans assume that our Constitution and our institutions in our republic are invulnerable to another attack? Why would we assume that those institutions will not falter next time? A key lesson of this investigation is this: our institutions only hold when men and women of good faith make them hold, regardless of the political cost. We have no guarantee that these men and women will be in place next time. Any future president inclined to attempt what Donald Trump did in 2020 has now learned not to install people who could stand in the way. And also, please consider this: the rulings of our courts are respected and obeyed because we as citizens pledge to accept and honor them. Most importantly, Our president, who has a constitutional obligation to faithfully execute the laws, swears to accept them. What happens when the president disregards the court's rulings as illegitimate? When he disregards the rule of law? That, my fellow citizens, breaks our republic. Finally, as you view the evidence today, also consider this. President Trump knew from unassailable sources that his election fraud claims were false. He admitted he had lost the election. He took actions consistent with that belief. Claims that President Trump actually thought the election was stolen are not supported by fact and are not a defense. There is no defense that Donald Trump was duped or irrational. No president can defy the rule of law and act this way in a constitutional republic, period. Mr. Chairman, our nation's federal judges are sworn to do impartial justice, to preserve our Constitution and preserve our Union. Dozens of these judges have been addressing January 6th cases, and many have given us plain, unmistakable warnings about the direction of our republic. Let me read from one judge's statement given at a recent sentencing hearing. Quote, high-ranking members of Congress and state officials who know perfectly well the claim of fraud was and is untrue, and that the election was legitimate, are so afraid of losing their power they won't say so. It has to be crystal clear that it is not patriotism, it is not standing up for America, to stand up for one man who knows full well that he lost, instead of the Constitution he was trying to subvert. Mr. Chairman, the violence and lawlessness of January 6th was unjustifiable, but our nation cannot only punish the foot soldiers who stormed our Capitol. Those who planned to overturn our election and brought us to the point of violence must also be accountable. With every effort to excuse or justify the conduct of the former president, we chip away at the foundation of our republic. Indefensible conduct is defended, inexcusable conduct is excused. Without accountability, it all becomes normal and it will recur. So as we watch the evidence today, please consider where our nation is in its history. Consider whether we can survive for another 246 years. Most people in most places on earth have not been free. America is an exception. And America continues only because we bind ourselves to our founders' principles, to our Constitution. We recognize that some principles must be beyond politics, inviolate, and more important than any single American who has ever lived. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objections, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very shortly after the election, we began this meeting by returning to election night, November 3rd, 2020. As the chairman noted, we've previously presented testimony about how the election results were expected to come in that night. In certain states, ballots cast by mail before Election Day would be counted only after the polls closed that evening. That meant that election results would not be known for some time. Although President Trump's campaign manager, Bill Stepien, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, and Jared Kushner had advised Donald Trump to encourage mail-in voting by Republicans, President Trump did not do so.
Yeah, I just remember generally, you had people arguing that we had a very, very robust get out the vote effort and that, mail-in ballots could be a good thing for us if we looked at it correctly.
There was one meeting that was had in particular. I invited Kevin McCarthy to join the meeting, he being of like mind on the issue with me, in which we made our case for why we believed mail-in voting, not to be a bad thing for his campaign. But the president's mind was made up.
So it was expected before the election that the initial counts in some states, in other words, those votes cast on election day, would be more heavily Republican, and this would create the false perception of a lead for President Trump, a so-called red mirage. But as the results of the absentee ballots that were later counted, there could be trends towards Vice President Biden as those mail-in ballots were counted. Now, on election night, Donald Trump's advisors specifically told him he didn't have a factual basis to declare victory. He should wait for the remaining ballots to be counted. Here is campaign manager Bill Stepien.
It was far too early to be making any calls like that. Ballots were still being counted. Ballots were still going to be counted for days. And it was far too early to be making any proclamation like that. My recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race.
But President Trump did declare victory in the late hours of election night. Not only did he declare victory, he also called for the ongoing count of votes to just stop. Stopping the count would have violated both federal and state laws and also disenfranchised millions of voters who lawfully cast their vote. He called for that action anyway. Here's what he said.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. We want all voting to stop.
We now know more about President Trump's intention for election night. The evidence shows that his false victory speech was planned well in advance, before any votes had been counted. It was a premeditated plan by the president to declare victory no matter what the actual result was. He made a plan to stay in office before Election Day. Now, the vice president's staff was concerned with what Donald Trump might do on election night. They took steps to ensure that Mr. Pence would not echo a false victory announcement from President Trump. Here's what the Vice President's counsel, Greg Jacob, told us about his preparations with the Vice President's Chief of Staff, Mark Short.
Mark had indicated to me that there was a possibility that there would be a declaration of victory within the White House that some might push for. And this is prior to the election results being known. And that he was trying to figure out a way of avoiding the vice president sort of being thrust into a position of needing to opine on that when he might not have sufficient information to do so.
Now, following this conversation, Mr. Jacob drafted a memo to Mr. Short, which the Select Committee got from the National Archives. The memo was sent on November 3rd, Election Day, and advised it is essential that the Vice President not be perceived by the public as having decided questions concerning disputed electoral votes prior to the full development of all relevant facts. A few days before the election, Mr. Trump also consulted with one of his outside advisors, inside activist Tom Fitton, about the strategy for election night. The Select Committee got this pre-prepared statement from the National Archives. As you can see, the draft statement, which was sent on October 31st, declares We had an election today, and I won. And the Fitton memo specifically indicates a plan that only the votes counted by the election day deadline, and there is no election day deadline, would matter. Everyone knew that ballot counting would lawfully continue past election day. Claiming that the counting on election night must stop before millions of votes were counted was, as we now know, a key part of President Trump's premeditated plan. On election day, just after 5 p.m., Mr. Fitton indicated he'd spoken with the president about the statement. Sending along again, just talked to him about the draft below. Again, this plan to declare victory was in place before any of the results had been determined. In the course of our investigation, we also interviewed Brad Parscale, President Trump's former campaign manager. He told us he understood that President Trump planned as early as July that he would say he won the election even if he lost. And just
right, the point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in. You have made this happen, and tomorrow it's game day. So strap in. Let's get ready.
Another close associate of Donald Trump apparently knew of Mr. Trump's intentions as well. Now, Roger Stone is a political operative with a reputation for dirty tricks. In November 2019, he was convicted of lying to Congress and other crimes and sentenced to more than 3 years in prison. He's also a longtime advisor to President Trump and was in communication with President Trump throughout 2020. Mr. Trump pardoned Roger Stone on December 23rd, 2020. Now, recently, the Select Committee got footage of Mr. Stone before and after the election from Danish filmmaker Christopher Gulbrandsen, pursuant to a subpoena. Right before the election, here's Roger Stone talking about what President Trump would do after the election.
Let's just hope we're celebrating. I really do suspect it'll still be up in the air. But when that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. Fuck you. Sorry, over. We won. Yeah. You're wrong. Fuck you.
ABC.
I said, fuck the Lord, and let's get right to the violence. That's what I'm doing. It's no point. It's time to start smashing pumpkins, if you know what I mean. Oh, yeah.
The Select Committee called Mr. Stone as a witness, but he invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
Do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question on the basis of the Fifth Amendment.
And Mr. Stone, did you have any role in planning for the violence on January 6th?
Once again, I will assert my Fifth Amendment right to decline to answer your question.
Although we don't yet have all the relevant records of Roger Stone's communications, even Stone's own social media posts acknowledge that he spoke with Donald Trump on December 27th as preparations for January 6th were underway. In this post, you can see how Roger Stone talked about his conversations with President Trump. He wrote, "I also told the president exactly how he can appoint a special counsel with full subpoena power to ensure those who are attempting to steal the 2020 election through voter fraud are charged and convicted, and to ensure Donald Trump continues as our president." As we know by now, the idea for a special counsel was not just an idle suggestion. It was something President Trump had actually tried to do earlier that month. We know that Roger Stone was at the Willard Hotel on January 5th and 6th, and we know from other witness testimony that President Trump asked his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, to speak with Roger Stone and General Michael Flynn that night. In addition to his connection to President Trump, Roger Stone maintained extensive direct connections to two groups responsible for violently attacking the Capitol, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. Individuals from both of these organizations have been charged with the crime of seditious conspiracy. Now, what is seditious conspiracy? It is a conspiracy to use violent force against the United States, to oppose the lawful authority of the United States. Multiple associates of Roger Stone from both the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys have been charged with this crime. Close associates of Roger Stone, including Joshua James, have pled guilty to this crime. We know that at least 7 Oath Keepers who have been criminally charged provided personal security for Roger Stone or were seen with him on January 6th or in the weeks leading up to January 6th. For example, Joshua James, the leader of the Alabama Oath Keepers, provided security for Roger Stone and was with him on January 5th. This is the picture of the two together on January 5th. James entered the Capitol on January 6th. He assaulted a police officer. Earlier this year, he pled guilty to seditious conspiracy and obstruction of Congress. Another example is the married couple, Kelly and Connie Meggs. Now, Kelly Meggs was the leader of the Florida chapter of the Oath Keepers. Both he and his wife provided security for Roger Stone, and both are charged with leading a military-style stack attack of Oath Keepers, attacking the Capitol on January 6th. Perhaps even more disturbing is Roger Stone's close association with Enrique Tarrio, the national chairman of the Proud Boys. Roger Stone's connection with Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys is well documented by video evidence with phone records the Select Committee has obtained. Tarrio, along with other Proud Boys, has been charged with multiple crimes concerning the attack on January 6th, including seditious conspiracy. During the attack, Tarrio sent a message to other Proud Boys claiming, "We did that." He also visited the White House on December 12th. Later that day, he posted a disturbing video claiming credit for the attack. This video, posted on January 6th, was apparently created prior to the attack. This big lie, President Trump's effort to convince Americans that he had won the 2020 election, began before the election results even came in. It was intentional, it was premeditated, it was not based on election results or any evidence of actual fraud affecting the results or any actual problems with voting machines. It was a plan concocted in advance to convince his supporters that he won. And the people who seemingly knew about that plan in advance would ultimately play a significant role in the events of January 6th. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kingslinger, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very shortly after the election, the Trump campaign recognized that they had likely lost the election, and they informed Donald Trump of that fact. Even before the networks called the race for President Biden on November 7th, his chances of pulling out a victory were virtually non-existent, and President Trump knew it.
Do you know if anybody ever told the president that he had lost and that there wasn't a chance of him winning?
I know that the president, when the networks called it, of course, he was informed about the network decision. That afternoon, at some point, myself and a handful of other folks went over and sat down with the president and communicated that the odds of us prevailing in legal challenges were very small.
You know, after the election, as of November 7th, in your judgment, what were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None.
At times, President Trump acknowledged the reality of his loss. Although he publicly claimed that he had won the election, privately he admitted that Joe Biden would take over as president. Here's a few examples of that.
So we're in the Oval and there's a discussion going on. And the president says, I think it could have been Pompeo, but he says words to the effect of, yeah, we lost, we need to let that issue go to the next guy, meaning President Biden.
I remember maybe a week after the election was called, I popped into the Oval just to give the president the headlines and see how he was doing. And he was looking at the TV and he said, "Can you believe I lost to this effing guy?"
Mark raised it with me on the 18th. And so following that conversation, we're the motorcade ride driving back to the White House. And I had said, does the president really think that he lost? And he said, a lot of times he'll tell me that he lost, but he wants to keep fighting it. And he thinks that there might be enough to overturn the election, but he pretty much has acknowledged that he's lost.
Knowing that he had lost and that he had only weeks left in office, President Trump rushed to complete his unfinished business. One key example is this. President Trump issued an order for large-scale U.S. troop withdrawals. He disregarded concerns about the consequences for fragile governments on the front lines of the fight against ISIS and al-Qaeda terrorists. Knowing he was leaving office, he acted immediately and signed this order on November 11th, which would have required the immediate withdrawal of troops from Somalia and Afghanistan, all to be complete before the Biden inauguration on January 20th. As you watch these clips, recall that General Keith Kellogg was the National Security Advisor to the Vice President and had served as Chief of Staff to the National Security Council for President Trump. And General Milley was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the Pentagon.
Are you familiar with a memo that the president reportedly signed on November 11th, 2020, ordering that troops be withdrawn from Afghanistan and Somalia?
Yes. So I think you might have seen some things where there's a memo or something from Johnny McEntee to Douglas McGregor. It says, here's your task to get U.S. forces out of Somalia, get U.S. forces out of Afghanistan.
When you first interviewed and met Colonel Douglas McGregor, is it fair to say you discussed this decision of withdrawing from Somalia and Afghanistan, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure that was part of it, yeah.
And that was the position that he was taking over there was senior advisor to the Secretary of Defense, is that correct?
Yes.
So on that same day, just so I'm clear, he responded back to you that they, meaning DOD leadership, was not going to take any of those steps without an order.
Without a directive, yeah.
I explained in language that should be in the order while I was in the meeting with McEntee. And this was my answer to him. I said, if you want this to happen, or the president wants this to happen, he's got to write an order.
So you never wrote this down in any capacity?
Well, I sketched on a piece of paper for him some key statements. The president directs. This is, what's the right word? Boilerplate language.
Who within his office drafted the order?
It was myself and one of my assistants.
McEntee duly types it up, brings it in to the president. President signs it, and boom, it's over, faxed over, or emailed, scanned over to Caspertel, delivers it to me.
Was it by auto pen or was it the president himself signing it?
It was the president.
And who obtained that signature?
I did.
It is odd. It is non-standard. It is potentially dangerous. I personally thought it was militarily not feasible nor wise.
And I proceeded to tell the PPO and proceeded to tell McGregor that if I ever saw anything like that, I would do something physical. Because I thought what that was done was a tremendous disservice to the nation. And by the way, that was a very, very contested issue. There were people who did not agree with getting out of Afghanistan. I appreciate their concerns. An immediate departure that memo said would have been catastrophic. It's the same thing what President Biden went through. It would have been a debacle.
Keep in mind, the order was for an immediate withdrawal. It would have been catastrophic, and yet President Trump signed the order. These are the highly consequential actions of a president who knows his term will shortly end. At the same time that President Trump was acknowledging privately that he had lost the election, he was hearing that there was no evidence of fraud or irregularities sufficient to change the outcome.
I remember a call with Mr. Meadows, where Mr. Meadows was asking me what I was finding and if I was finding anything. And I remember sharing with him that we weren't finding anything that would be sufficient to change the results in any of the key states.
When was that conversation?
Probably in November, mid to late November. I think it was before my child was born.
And what was Mr. Meadows' reaction to that information?
I believe the words he used were, "So there's no there."
It would be our job to track it down and come up dry because the allegation didn't prove to be true. And we'd have to, relay the news that, that tip that someone told you about those votes or that fraud or, nothing came of it. That would be our job as the truth telling squad, and not a fun job to be it's an easier job to be telling the president about wild allegations. It's a harder job to be telling him on the back end that that wasn't true.
What was generally discussed on that topic was whether the fraud, maladministration, abuse, or irregularities, if aggregated and read most favorably to the campaign, would that be outcome determinative? And I think everyone's assessment in the room, at least amongst the staff, Mark Short, myself, and Greg Jacob, was that it was not sufficient to be outcome determinative.
Look, it's the right of any candidate to litigate genuine election disputes. Nobody argues that, but President Trump's litigation was completely unsuccessful. In our past hearings, we told you that the committee had identified a total of 62 election lawsuits filed by the Trump campaign and its allies between November 4th and January 6th of 2021. Those cases resulted in 61 losses and only a single victory, which did not affect the outcome for any candidate. The claims were not supported by any sufficient evidence of fraud or irregularities. In fact, they were baseless, as judges repeatedly recognized. In none of these 62 cases was President Trump able to establish any viable claims of election fraud sufficient to overturn the results of the election. In those hearings, we shared with you the words used by judges around the country in rejecting the Trump campaign's claims. It's strong language criticizing the lack of evidentiary support for the claims of election fraud in those lawsuits. For example, a federal appeals court in Pennsylvania wrote, quote, "Charges require specific allegations and proof. We have neither here." A federal judge in Wisconsin wrote, quote, "The court has allowed the former president the chance to make his case, and he has lost on the merits." Another judge in Michigan called the claims, quote, "nothing but speculation and conjecture that votes for President Trump were either destroyed, discarded, or switched to votes for Vice President Biden." A federal judge in Michigan sanctioned 9 attorneys, including Sidney Powell, for making frivolous allegations in an election fraud case, describing the case as a historic and profound abuse of the judicial process. Recently, a group of distinguished Republican election lawyers, former judges, and elected officials issued a report confirming the findings of the courts. In their report entitled "Lost, Not Stolen," these prominent Republicans analyzed each election challenge and concluded this: Donald Trump and his supporters failed to present evidence of fraud or inaccurate results significant enough to invalidate the results of the 2020 presidential election. On December 11th, Trump's allies lost a lawsuit in the U.S. Supreme Court. that he regarded as his last chance at success in the courts. A newly obtained Secret Service message from that day shows how angry President Trump was about the outcome. Quote, "Just FYI, POTUS is pissed. Breaking news, Supreme Court denied his lawsuit. He is livid now." Cassidy Hutchison, an aide to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, was present for that conversation and described it in this way.
This is the day that the Supreme Court had rejected that case. Mr. Meadows and I were in the White House residence at a Christmas reception. And as we were walking back from the Christmas reception that evening, the president was walking out of the Oval Office, so we crossed paths in the Rose Garden colonnade. The president was fired up about the Supreme Court decision. And so I was standing next to Mr. Meadows, but I stepped back, so I was probably 2-3 feet catty corner from him, diagonal from him. The president's just raging about the decision and how it's wrong and why didn't we make more calls, and just his typical anger outburst at this decision. And the president said, he had said something to the effect of, "I don't want people to know we lost, Mark. This is embarrassing. Figure it out. We need to figure it out. I don't want people to know that we lost."
Our country is a country of laws where every person, including the president, must follow the law and respect the judgment of our courts. President Trump's closest advisors held that view both then and now.
Well, do you believe the president should abide by the rulings of the courts?
Oh, yes. We should all comply with the law at all times to the best of our ability, every one of us.
So once the courts had ruled and the Electoral College had met, the election was over in your view?
Yes, I think I've said previously that when the vice president made the certification and the litigation was complete, it was complete.
When the Electoral College met on the 14th?
Yes, as of December 14th, is that right? I think that's the right date, yes.
I assume, Pat, that you would agree the president is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
Of course.
And I assume you also would...
Everybody is obligated to abide by rulings of the courts.
And I assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct.
Ivanka, do you believe the president's obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts?
I do.
By mid-December of 2020, President Trump's senior staff were attempting to persuade him to concede the election outcome.
But if your question is that I believe he should concede the election at a point in time, yes, I did.
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that the means for him to pursue litigation was probably closed.
And you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
Secretary of Labor Gene Scalia, the son of late Justice Scalia, visited President Trump in mid-December and explained the situation clearly.
And so I had to put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted and when the electors have voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established, that had affected the outcome of the election, that unfortunately I believe that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
Not only did the courts reject President Trump's fraud and other allegations, his Department of Justice appointees, including Bill Barr, Jeffrey Rosen, and Richard Donahue, did as well. President Trump knew the truth. He heard what all his experts and senior staff were telling him. He knew he had lost the election, but he made the deliberate choice to ignore the courts, to ignore the Justice Department, to ignore his campaign leadership, to ignore senior advisors, and to pursue a completely unlawful effort to overturn the election. His intent was plain: ignore the rule of law and stay in power. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Luria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mid-December was a turning point. President Trump made a decision, a choice, to ignore the courts and his advisors and to push forward to overturn the election. His efforts to overturn the election were not random or disconnected. Rather, they were part of a coordinated, multi-part plan to ensure that he stayed in power. Donald Trump was the driver behind each part of this plan. He was personally and directly involved. Of course, a key element of the plan was continuing to convince tens of millions of Americans that he did not, in fact, lose. Again, he did this even though his own campaign advisors and his Justice Department officials told him his claims of fraud were wrong. In this video, you'll see that even when top law enforcement officials told the president his election fraud claims were false, he still repeated the claims in the days and weeks that followed. Sometimes, even the very next day.
I specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be among the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations. I told them that it was crazy stuff, and they were wasting their time on that, and it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We have a company that's very suspect. Its name is Dominion. With the turn of a dial or the change of a chip, you can press a button for Trump and the vote goes to Biden. What kind of a system is this?
We definitely talked about Antrim County again. That was sort of done at that point because the hand recount had been done and all of that. But we cited back to that to say, you know, this is an example of what people are telling you and what's being filed in some of these court filings that are just not supported by the evidence. And this is the problem. The problem is people keep telling you these things and they turn out not to be true.
In addition, there is the highly troubling matter of Dominion voting systems. In one Michigan county alone, 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, and the same systems are used in the majority of states in our country.
I went into this and would, tell them how crazy some of these allegations were and how ridiculous some of them were. And I'm talking about some of the ones like, more absentee votes were cast in Pennsylvania than there were absentee ballots requests. Stuff like that. It was just easy to blow up. There was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were.
There were more votes than there were voters. Think of that. You had more votes than you had voters. That's an easy one to figure. And it's by the thousands.
Then he raised the big vote dump, as he called it, in Detroit. And that, he said people saw boxes coming into the counting station at all hours of the morning. And I said, Mr. President, there are 630 precincts in Detroit, and unlike elsewhere in the state, they centralized the counting process, so they're not counted in each precinct. They're moved to counting stations. And so the normal process would involve boxes coming in at all different hours.
This is Michigan. at 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly.
With regard to Georgia, we looked at the tape, we interviewed the witnesses. There is no suitcase. The president kept fixating on this suitcase that supposedly had fraudulent ballots and that the suitcase was rolled out from under the table. And I said, no, sir, there is no suitcase. You can watch that video over and over. There is no suitcase. There is a wheeled bin where they carry the ballots, and that's just how they move ballots around that facility. There's nothing suspicious about that at all.
Election officials pull boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table. You all saw it on television. Totally fraudulent.
This happened over and over again, and our committee's report will document it. Purposeful lies made in public directly at odds with what Donald Trump knew from unassailable sources, the Justice Department's own investigations, and his own campaign. Donald Trump maliciously repeated this nonsense to a wide audience over and over again. His intent was to deceive. President Trump's plan also involved trying to coerce government officials to change the election outcome in the states he lost. He personally reached out to numerous state officials and pressured them to take unlawful steps to alter the election results in those states. These actions, taken directly by the president himself, made it clear what his intentions were: to prevent the orderly transfer of power. We all recall, for example, President Trump's tape-recorded call with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. At the time this call occurred, President Trump had already been told repeatedly by the U.S. Justice Department, by his campaign, and by his advisors that his allegations of fraud in Georgia were false.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state. Look, we need only 11,000 votes. We have far more than that as it stands now. We'll have more and more. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
I just want to find 11,780 votes. That's an extraordinary demand by the president, especially since he already knew from the Justice Department there was no genuine basis for this request. No one could think it would be legal for the Secretary of State to simply find the votes the president needed in order to win. Secretary Raffensperger told the president the truth, that he lost the election in Georgia. But President Trump did not accept that answer. Instead, he suggested that Secretary Raffensperger himself might be prosecuted.
That's a criminal offense. And you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk.
We know that President Trump's White House advisors reacted negatively. Immediately after the call, Cassidy Hutchinson had a conversation with Chief of Staff Mark Meadows.
I remember looking at Mark and I said, Mark, he can't possibly think we're going to pull this off. Like, that call was crazy. And he looked at me and just started shaking his head and he was like, no, Cass, he knows it's over. He knows he lost, but we're going to keep trying. There's some good options out there still. We're going to keep trying.
This call and other related activity is now the focus of an ongoing criminal investigation in Fulton County, Georgia. And Georgia is not the only state where President Trump tried to pressure state officials to change the results. He also attempted to pressure state officials in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Michigan to change the results in those states as well. While President Trump was pressuring state officials, he was also trying to use the Department of Justice to change the election result. His top officials told him that there was no evidence to support his claims of fraud, but he didn't care. As he told them, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. When these officials would not do what he said, President Trump embarked in an effort to install Jeff Clark as acting Attorney General, solely because he would do what others in the department would not do. We know that Trump was doing so for a specific purpose, so Clark could corruptly employ the Justice Department's authority to help persuade the states to flip electoral votes. For example, when Richard Donahue and Jeff Rosen, both appointed by President Trump, learned of Mr. Clark's proposal, here's why they said they forcefully rejected it.
And I recall toward the end saying, what you're proposing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election.
But more importantly, this was not based on fact. This was actually contrary to the facts as developed by department investigations over the last several weeks and months. So I responded to that, and for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis.
We know from our investigation that President Trump offered Jeff Clark the position of acting Attorney General, and that Jeff Clark had decided to accept it. The only reason this ultimately did not happen is that the White House counsel and a number of Justice Department officials confronted the president in the Oval Office and threatened mass resignations.
And then, and I said something to the effect of, you're going to have a huge personnel blowout within hours because you're going to have all kinds of problems with resignations and other issues. And that's not going to be in anyone's interest.
The president ultimately relented only because the entire leadership of the Department of Justice, as well as his White House counsel, threatened to resign. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Murphy, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Trump's efforts to unlawfully overturn the results of the 2020 election were not limited to the big lie and pressuring state officials and the Department of Justice officials. Another key part of the president's effort was a scheme to assemble fake electors to cast false electoral votes in the states that President Trump lost. This was something done not only with the president's knowledge, but also with his direct participation. Ronna McDaniel, chair of the Republican National Committee, testified before this committee that President Trump and his attorney, Dr. John Eastman, called her and asked her to arrange for the fake electors to meet and rehearse the process of casting their fake votes.
When I received the call, again, I don't remember the exact date. It was from the White House switchboard, and it was President Trump who had contacted me.
And did President Trump have anyone else on the line with him?
He introduced me to a gentleman named John Eastman. So I vaguely remember him mentioning that he was a professor, and then essentially he turned the call over to Mr. Eastman, who then proceeded to talk about the importance of the RNC helping the campaign gather these contingent electors in case any of the legal challenges that were ongoing changed the result of any of the states.
These fake electors were ultimately part of the president's plan to replace genuine Biden electors with Trump electors on January 6th. As part of this plan, the false electoral slates were sent to the National Archives and to the Capitol. The fake electors plan was also tied to another plan, the coercive pressure campaign to make Vice President Mike Pence reject or refuse to count certain Biden electoral votes so that President Donald Trump would, quote, win re-election instead. Here is what Vice President Pence has said about this scheme.
President Trump said I had the right to overturn the election. But President Trump is wrong. I had no right to overturn the election. The presidency belongs to the American people and the American people alone. And frankly, there is no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president.
Make no mistake, President Trump knew that what he was demanding Vice President Pence do was illegal. He was informed of this repeatedly, and specifically on January 4th. Even his lawyer, John Eastman, admitted in front of President Trump that this plan would break the law by violating the Electoral Count Act.
Did John Eastman ever admit, as far as you know, in front of the president, that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count Act?
I believe he did on the 4th.
And Dr. Eastman confirmed this in writing. Recall this email written on January 6, in which Vice President Pence's counsel asked Dr. Eastman, "Did you advise the president that in your professional judgment, the vice president does not have power to decide things unilaterally?" Dr. Eastman replied, "He's been so advised." Of course, President Trump's own White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, also recognized that this plan was unlawful. Here is Mr. Cipollone's testimony.
My view is that the vice president didn't have the legal authority to do anything except what he did.
There is no doubt that President Trump's pressure campaign on Vice President Pence was significant. On the morning of January 6, President Trump called the vice president from the Oval Office and demanded that he overturn the results of the election. Numerous witnesses told the Select Committee about the invective that President Trump leveled at his own vice president.
Something to the effect, the wording's wrong. I made the wrong decision 4 or 5 years ago.
And the word that she relayed to that the president called the vice president, I apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
But Vice President Pence didn't waver even when his own life was endangered by President Trump and the rioters at the Capitol on January 6th, as you'll see in more detail later. A federal judge concluded, based on this and other evidence, that President Trump's pressure campaign against the vice president likely violated multiple criminal statutes. In the end, all these people, Department of Justice officials, state elections officials, his own vice president, stood strong in the face of President Trump's immense pressure. But as we now know, President Trump had already summoned tens of thousands of his supporters to Washington on January 6th to take back their country. On December 19th, President Trump first told his supporters to come to Washington. In this and numerous other tweets, he fraudulently and repeatedly promoted January 6th as the day Americans could come and change the election outcome. For weeks, President Trump worked with others to plan the rally, intending all along that he would send an assembled crowd of angry supporters to the Capitol after his speech on the ellipse on January 6th. We obtained a text message that one rally organizer sent on January 4th. In part, it reads that, quote, POTUS is going to have us march there / the Capitol, and POTUS is going to just call for it unexpectedly. Again, each of these examples, the big lie, the pressure campaigns against state officials, the pressure campaign against the Department of Justice and his vice president, the fake electors, summoning the mob, all of this demonstrates President Trump's personal and substantial role in the plot to overturn the election. He was intimately involved. He was the central player. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our past hearings, you have seen direct evidence that President Trump sent a crowd of his supporters to the Capitol on January 6th, knowing they were armed and angry. This was the last, most desperate and dangerous prong of his plan to disrupt the joint session and prevent the orderly transition of power. On the morning of the 6th, the Secret Service was at the ellipse, screening the members of the crowd as they entered the rally site. And they noticed something significant about the crowd. Tens of thousands of people were outside the rally site, but did not want to go through the magnetometers, the metal detectors that were used to screen for dangerous weapons. Since our last hearings, The Select Committee has received greater cooperation from the Secret Service. Nevertheless, Secret Service text messages from this period were erased in the days and months following the attack on the Capitol, even though documents and materials related to January 6th had already been requested by the Department of Justice and Congress. But we were able to obtain nearly 1 million emails, recordings, and other electronic records from the Secret Service. Over the month of August, the Select Committee began its review of hundreds of thousands of pages and multiple hours of that material, providing substantial new evidence about what happened on January 6th and the days leading up to it. That review continues. What you're about to hear is just a sample of the new and relevant evidence that we have received. Mounting evidence before January 6th predicted violence, and not just violence generally, but violence directed at the Capitol. Intelligence about this risk was directly available to the U.S. Secret Service and others in the White House in advance of the ellipse speech, in advance of the march to the Capitol. The committee has shown evidence that President Trump was aware of the risk of violence. The FBI, U.S. Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police, and other agencies all gathered and disseminated intelligence suggesting the possibility of violence at the Capitol prior to the riot. We're now going to show you just a sample of the evidence we have received. Days before January 6th, the president's senior advisors at the Department of Justice and FBI, for example, received an intelligence summary that included material indicating that certain people traveling to Washington were making plans to attack the Capitol. This summary noted online calls to occupy federal buildings, rhetoric about invading the Capitol building, and plans to arm themselves and to engage in political violence at the event. Other agencies were also hearing predictions suggesting possible violence at the Capitol. On a call with President Trump's White House National Security Staff in early January 2021, Deputy Secretary of Defense David Norquist had warned about the potential that the Capitol would be the target of the attack. Here's General Mark Milley, who was also present for this call, describing Deputy Secretary Norquist's warning.
So during these calls, I only remember in hindsight because he was almost like clairvoyant. Norquist says during one of these calls, the greatest threat is a direct assault on the Capitol. I'll never forget it.
This email, for example, was an alert that the Secret Service received on December 24th with the heading, "Armed and Ready, Mr. President." According to the intelligence, multiple users online were targeting members of Congress, instructing others to march into the chambers on January 6th and make sure they know who to fear. In this report, received on December 26th, a Secret Service field office relayed a tip that had been received by the FBI. According to the source of the tip, the Proud Boys plan to march armed into D.C. They think that they will have a large enough group to march into D.C. armed, the source reported, and will outnumber the police so they can't be stopped. The source went on to say, their plan is to literally kill people. Please take this tip seriously and investigate further. The source also made clear that the Proud Boys had detailed their plans on multiple websites, like the Donald.win. Let's pause here. The Secret Service had advance information more than 10 days beforehand regarding the Proud Boys planning for January 6th. We know now, of course, that the Proud Boys and others did lead the assault on our Capitol building. On December 31st, agents circulated intelligence reports that President Trump's supporters have proposed a movement to occupy Capitol Hill. In particular, they flagged spikes in violent hashtags like "We Are the Storm," 1776 Rebel, and Occupy Capitals. On January 5th, a Secret Service open source unit flagged a social media account on the Donald.win that threatened to bring a sniper rifle to a rally on January 6th. The user also posted a picture of a handgun and rifle with the caption, "Sunday Gun Day, providing Overwatch January 6th will be wild." Later, on the evening of January 5th, the Secret Service learned during an FBI briefing that right-wing groups were establishing armed QRFs, or Quick Reaction Forces, readying to deploy for January 6th. Groups like the Oath Keepers were standing by at the ready should POTUS request assistance. By invoking the Insurrection Act, agents were informed. As we all know now, the Oath Keepers did play a specific role on January 6th and had stashed weapons in Virginia for further violence that evening. Also on that day, the Secret Service was readying its security precautions for the president's speech at the Ellipse the next day. A Secret Service deputy chief instructed agents to add certain objects to the list of items that would be prohibited at the rally site, including ballistic vests, tactical vests, armored or not, and ballistic helmets. By the morning of January 6th, it was clear that the Secret Service anticipated violence. It felt like the calm before the storm, one agent predicted in a Protective Intelligence Division chat group. Another remarked how agents were watching the crazies on live stream. By 9:09 that morning, the Secret Service could also see that many rally-goers were assembled outside the security perimeter. One agent emailed, possibly because they have stuff that couldn't come through, would probably be an issue with this crowd. Just a thought. By 9:30 that morning, agents reported more than 25,000 people outside the rally site. An hour later, the Secret Service reported that the crowd was on the mall watching, but not in line. The head of the President's Secret Service Protective Detail, Robert Engel, was specifically aware of the large crowds outside the magnetometers. He passed that information along to Tony Ornato, who worked for Mark Meadows in the Chief of Staff's office. The documents we obtained from the Secret Service make clear that the crowd outside the magnetometers was armed and the agents knew it. Take a look at what they were seeing and hearing on the ground. One report from the rally site at 7:58 a.m. said, some members of the crowd are wearing ballistic helmets, body armor, carrying radio equipment, and military-grade backpacks. Another, from 9:30 a.m., said that there were possibly OC spray, meaning pepper spray, and or plastic riot shields. At 11:23 a.m., agents also reported possible armed individuals, one with a Glock, one with a rifle. Over the next hour, agents reported possible man with a gun reported, confirmed pistol on hip located in a tree, and one detained at 14th and I Street Northwest. Individual had an assault rifle on his person. Minutes before President Trump began his speech, members of the Federal Protective Service, an agency tasked with protecting federal buildings, were alerted about an arrest of a protester with a gun on his waistband. And during the speech, the weapons-related arrests continued. At 12:13 p.m., United States Park Police arrested a man with a rifle in front of the World War II memorial. These agents remarked on the number of weapons that had been seized that day, speculating that the situation could get worse. With so many weapons found so far, you wonder how many are unknown, one agent wrote at 12:36 p.m., could be sporty after dark. At 12:47 p.m., another agent responded, no doubt, the people at the Ellipse said they are moving to the Capitol after the POTUS speech. As the documents we received make clear, the Secret Service was aware of weapons possessed by those gathered at rallies in D.C. as early as the evening before. Take this document, for instance, which details multiple arrests in the crowds demonstrating on January 5th. Those arrests were for weapons offenses, handguns, high-capacity feeding devices, ammunition. What the Secret Service saw on the 6th was entirely consistent with the violent rhetoric circulating in the days before the joint session on pro-Trump websites, at times amplified by the president's own advisors. On one of these sites, as you've heard, one of those was called the Donald.win. The Select Committee has obtained a text message that Jason Miller, a senior communications advisor, sent to Mark Meadows less than a week before January 6th. "I got the base fired up," he wrote in all caps. He sent a link to this page on the Donald.win. The linked webpage had comments about the joint session of Congress on January 6th. Take a look at some of those comments. "Gallows don't require electricity. If the filthy commie maggots try to push their fraud through, there will be hell to pay. Our lawmakers in Congress can leave one of two ways. One, in a body bag. Two, after rightfully certifying Trump the winner." Mr. Miller claimed that he had no idea about the hundreds of comments like these in the link that he sent to Mark Meadows.
If I had seen something like that, I probably would have flipped it to someone at the White House. If I had seen something of that nature, I would have said, we got to flag this for Secret Service or something of that nature.
But the Trump administration was aware of this type of violent rhetoric prior to January 6th. In fact, as we have seen, the Secret Service and other agencies knew of the prospect of violence well in advance of the president's speech at the Ellipse. Despite this, certain White House and Secret Service witnesses previously testified that they had received no intelligence about violence that could have potentially threatened any of the protectees on January 6th, including the vice president. Evidence strongly suggests that this testimony is not credible, and the committee is reviewing additional material from the Secret Service and other sources. The Secret Service was monitoring this kind of online activity and was sharing and receiving the results of that effort. They work closely with other agencies, sharing intelligence about the joint session of Congress derived from social media and other sources. The same day Jason Miller sent his text message, agents received reports about a spike in activity on another platform called Parler. This was December 30th. In this email, an agent received a report noting a lot of violent rhetoric on Parler directed at government people and entities, including Secret Service protectees. One of these protectees was Vice President Pence, perhaps the primary target of President Trump's pressure campaign in the days leading up to January 6th. The day before the joint session, on January 5th, Secret Service was aware of increased chatter focused on Vice President Pence, in particular, whether he would do what President Trump wanted him to do, reverse the results of the election in the joint session the next day, January 6th. On the morning of the 6th, agents received alerts of online threats that Vice President Pence would be, quote, a dead man walking if he doesn't do the right thing. Another agent reported, quote, I saw several other alerts saying they will storm the Capitol if he doesn't do the right thing. The anger reflected in these postings was obvious. The man at the center of the storm on January 6th, President Trump. On the evening of January 5th, President Trump gathered a few of his communications staffers in the Oval Office. The door was open, allowing the president and others assembled there to hear the sounds of the crowd gathered at Freedom Plaza just a few blocks from the White House. President Trump could tell that his supporters were riled up. Here again is Judd Deere, a deputy White House press secretary, describing the president's reaction.
He fairly quickly moved to how fired up the crowd is, or was going to be.
Okay, what did he say about it?
Just that they were fired up, they were angry, they feel like the election had been stolen, that the election was rigged, that we went on and on about that for a little bit.
Yes, the president knew the crowd was angry because he had stoked that anger. He knew that they believed that the election had been rigged and stolen because he had told them falsely that it had been rigged and stolen. And by the time he incited that angry mob to march on the Capitol, he knew they were armed and dangerous. All the better to stop the peaceful transfer of power. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. At this point in our meeting, we'll take a brief recess. Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
And there you have Chairman Benny Thompson declaring a short break, about 10 minutes or so, as the committee will go into recess after presenting a series of evidence and documents newly obtained since their previous hearing over the summer, also taking a step back, as the committee has said, and recapping highlights of their findings so far over the last 8 public hearings that they have held. As that committee takes a short break now, I'm joined here in the studio by Mary McCord, a former Justice Department official, and Jamil Jaffer, former associate counsel in the White House. So Mary, to you first. We saw there a recapping of sorts, some of the highlights, some of the testimony we've seen before, but a lot of new evidence, some new testimony as well. That Secret Service information, certainly all of that's new. What stood out to you from what we learned?
Two things stood out to me. The new information that the Secret Service was very well aware of the violence that had been being planned and circulated online. I mean, that's consistent with what many of us outside of the government were seeing, working with researchers, but aware too of, guns, weapons, high capacity loaders, ammunition, and that this is something, that has to really call into question the lack of preparation, the lack of potentially sharing some of this with those who could have better protected the Capitol. The other thing that really stood out to me is the new, I believe this is new, the new footage of Roger Stone the day before the election, talking about, F the voting, let's get right to the violence. So violence was not a new thing, and it wasn't conjured just by extremists in their online milieu. It was conjured much earlier that, including by Trump's surrogates like Roger Stone, and really by Trump himself.
Jamil, the specificity in some of the intelligence reports and the source material making its way to the Secret Service in advance of the violence, as you saw Representative Schiff there saying it basically entirely overlapped what they saw, what they were being told before would happen, and what they saw unfold on the 6th. Did that strike you?
Well, Amna, I think it's interesting to see the details that they had, the understanding that they had, and how it sort of paralleled exactly what was being said in private chats between the people who were there, the protesters and their leaders, about what they were planning to do. So the Secret Service knew what they were planning, had heard what they were planning, and ultimately didn't take action of the kind of action that would have protected their protectees, in particular Vice President Mike Pence, and didn't inform the Capitol Police, who would be able to do a much better job protecting the Capitol that day. That's what's particularly troubling. But even more troubling to me, Amna, is the totality of evidence that we've now seen sort of summarized today. The president knew he had lost. He didn't care. The president's people knew he had lost. They didn't care. To the contrary, they undertook every effort to reverse the results of the elections, knowing they had lost the election. And then when that failed in the courts, decided to go to the American people and their supporters and to gin up an event on January 6th that ultimately led to the violence we saw. The president knew what they were doing, didn't act to stop it. And the reason he didn't act to stop it was not because he didn't understand what was happening. It's because he wanted it to happen. That's the most concerning thing to me, Amna.
And we saw a series of new pieces of testimony, I believe, from people very close to him in the White House, sharing private moments in which he acknowledged he had lost over and over again, and then publicly going out and declaring the exact opposite. I believe joining us now, we do have our Capitol Hill correspondent, Lisa Desjardins, who has been in the hearing room and stepped outside to talk to us now. Lisa, good to see you there. So just give us a sense of what was happening there in the room, how some of this new evidence and information was being received.
That's right. Capitol Hill, for the most part, is empty, Amna. This is recess. A lot of members are out campaigning right now. There are a handful of members in the audience today, most of them retired, at least one member who's still on the ballot. But I'm going to have to say, I think the news from this hearing will come at the very end. We have confirmed that this committee today does plan to vote to subpoena former President Trump in relation to January 6th. That, of course, will be a historic move. He would not be the first U.S. president to be subpoenaed. Thomas Jefferson was subpoenaed in relation to the Aaron Burr treason trial while Jefferson was president. Jefferson, for the most part, ignored testifying, gave some documents. We'll discuss this more, I suspect. We're PBS NewsHour. We're going to get into the history. But it is a dramatic and historic move. And it also will raise, of course, many of the same legal questions that former President Trump has ignited in the past over what the responsibility is of a president criminally, and also in terms of testifying before Congress. What does a former president in particular owe? One question I have, Amna, that maybe your panelists will be interested in too, is this committee's jurisdiction, really the committee itself, ends in existence at the end of this Congress. So subpoenaing the former president now is obviously a move we're going to talk a lot about. It's something they've thought about, but this committee itself doesn't have a long time to pursue that in court. So we're going to be talking a lot. I'm going to talk to more people about what this means, how it works, but that is something that we now can report we expect to happen today, former President Trump being subpoenaed by this congressional committee.
Mary McCord, I saw you nodding as Lisa was sharing her reporting there. What do you make of that, the decision? We heard Benny Thompson say at the very beginning, this is not a hearing. Mm-hmm. We are calling this a formal committee business meeting. Mm-hmm. We now know, it seems as if because they will be holding or calling for that vote. What's the impact of that?
Well, to that last point that Lisa made, a new Congress can also, even if there's still litigation going on this, or the former president hasn't testified, a new Congress could vote to reissue that subpoena. So she's quite right that it will expire with this Congress, but that doesn't necessarily mean it wouldn't be reissued. Now, of course, that just calls into question, what will the results of this election be, and who will be in control of the House, because that will pretty much determine that question.
Jamil, we saw at the very beginning the committee chairman lay out this is the intention for today's hearing, right? And he spoke directly, I thought it was interesting, to people who he said were skeptical of the committee's intentions and their purpose, the fact that they were accused of being partisan from the get-go. In laying out the last 8 hearings as they have today, how do you think their messaging is going?
Well, I think in some ways it's going well for them. They pointed out that all the people who have testified, or many of the people who have testified, are card-carrying Republicans, longtime party activists, longtime lawyers for the president, prior presidents. At least 2 members of the committee are Republicans, elected Republicans. But, I think that this move here now to subpoena the former president, I think is not going to go well, unfortunately, for the committee. I don't think they're likely to be successful. And I think actually it's going to generate more support for the president amongst his base and his supporters and make the committee look more political. They could have done this a long time ago. They chose not to. Doing it now at the end of the Congress, while Congress is out of session waiting for the elections, I think is actually a political mistake. And will not play out well, and actually will make the committee look more partisan. And so we'll see how it plays out, but I'm not sure this is the right move for the committee.
Lisa, what about that? I believe we still have Lisa with us on this point that the committee set out very intentionally messaging and taking pains to say this is not a political activity. This is about democracy. This is about getting the historical record straight. To subpoena the president in this way, does that open them up to criticism of partisan politics?
I see no world in which certainly former President Trump and his supporters don't say that is political. And especially they will look at the timing of this. They will look at the fact that the committee could have issued that subpoena many months ago. Certainly it has gathered new investigatory, new evidence in the past couple of months. But the bulk of what the committee has known, it has known for many months. And this decision could have been made, I suspect Trump supporters will say, not this close to the midterm election. On the other hand, I believe those on the committee will say, listen, we have had thousands of hours of witness testimony. We have been waiting to talk to some people, including Ginny Thomas. We'll see if we hear more from her today about the former president's roles. There is a reason we waited for this. I think this will just be a classic of everything surrounding former President Trump. There will be a heated debate over whether it is political and to what degree. But I think it raises kind of a bigger point of what the committee is doing here today. They essentially are trying to finish their case. I think a lot of prosecutors might say, the last one to get the subpoena is the target. And I think what we're seeing here today is the committee is indicating that they are in fact trying to wrap up. They are in fact, and they have no choice, as we've said, their commission expires soon. But that's what I think today's hearing is about. Why they just made this decision today, I'm eager to talk to members of the committee. Is it something we'll hear about from President Trump and his supporters? Sure. But Democrats, perhaps I could see some of the faces of lawmakers in the room wanted to see this. They believe that this is a way that the former president must be held accountable, and it is something that they believe in principle. They also are concerned that the House of Representatives may change hands, and this may be the last opportunity for them to do something like this.
Mary, it's worth pointing out, and the committee member said this as well, much of the most compelling and revelatory information they were able to share in the hearings came from subpoenas, from people who did not want to participate in their investigation and probe. They also went to great lengths in this particular hearing so far to go into detail about Roger Stone's role, and specifically about his link to the Oath Keepers, who we know one member of whom has provided security to Mr. Stone in the past and also was present on the day, participated in violence against Capitol Police officers, and I believe has now pleaded guilty to seditious conspiracy. Why is that connection important to their argument?
Well, I think, again, they've had a very multi-step plan that they've gone methodically through hearing by hearing, and violence is a key part of that. But what we all know, we could see the violence with our own eyes on January 6th, and we know that this first set of some 900 criminal cases has focused on those who were actually present and engaged in that violence. But what has been less known is how far up the chain does that go, right? Were those people connected to anyone in Trump's close orbit, his close circle of advisors, anyone at the White House, the Secret Service, Trump himself? And so I think that's why, it's important to establish what connections they were. Now, it's not news to us that Stone had been, engaging Oath Keepers as security, but hearing him speak like he did, like we heard today, specifically about violence early on, even before the election, again, I think gets back to the fact what was really going on here was, an effort violently to preserve the presidency of Donald Trump.
Jamil, I want to ask you about a word we've heard again and again from a couple of committee members as they make their presentations, and that is premeditated. We heard Liz Cheney mention it in her opening statements, talking about Mr. Trump's plan to claim the election was fraudulent, saying he was premeditated plan before the election even took place. So Lofgren also mentioned it on the night he went out on election night and said, we won, actually, when the votes hadn't been finished counting. That one word, this is a legal question for someone who did not go to law school. Why is that important as the committee makes its case?
Well, in a lot of ways, Amna, the challenge here is that the president kept saying it over and over again. This election was stolen, right? We won, right? You heard him on the phone with Brad Raffensperger, right, saying, I just need my 11,000 votes, right? But the reality is he knew he had lost. He had always planned on claiming he had won victory. And look, that's politics. Presidents can do that. Candidates can do that, right? But the question is, what do you do after that, right? Do you go to court and litigate it? And when you lose those court battles, do you threaten the vice president? Do you try to get your friends, your allies, your supporters to threaten the president? And then do you bring violence to the Capitol? That's ultimately what the former president of the United States did in this case. So it wasn't just claiming a victory, right? You can premeditate that. You can decide to do that. The question is, did you then premeditate what came next? Did you want the violence to happen? And now, having seen what Cassidy Hutchinson said the president knew on the day of January 6th, before he spoke to the crowd, he knew they were armed. He knew they were not coming through the magnetometers because they were armed and they were worried they would get stopped. He said, let them in. They're not here to hurt me. And then he calls on them to go to the Capitol. What did he think was going to happen? It wasn't a mistake that they were armed or headed to the Capitol. It was what he wanted, and that's the fundamental problem.
Mary, there is the question of accountability that we keep coming back to again and again. We heard Vice Chair Liz Cheney mention at the very beginning that you cannot simply hold who she called the foot soldiers of the violence on January 6th accountable in some way. If you're a Department of Justice official, and we've heard Attorney General Merrick Garland say prosecutors are watching the hearings, what are you thinking from what we've learned so far? Where can this lead?
Well, I mean, I hope they've been thinking ever since January 6th about, following the facts and evidence where they lead. And as we've discussed in previous occasions, it was one thing to start with those foot soldiers, but then you work your way up. And we know the department has been looking into the fraudulent elector scheme, for example. They don't always publicly tell us what they're investigating, but the Deputy Attorney General, Lisa Monaco, has made that clear, and that's been going on for some time now. We know from these committee hearings and other evidence that's come out through journalism reporting that, that scheme was really a critical part of what ultimately led to the violence and the attack on the Capitol, because that scheme provided this false narrative along with the false claims of election fraud, but that provided something for the rioters, the attackers, the insurrectionists to base their actions on, to in their heads justify it and try to make excuses and try, frankly, I think to, affect potential legal outcomes for themselves by saying, here's what, we thought, here's what we believed. And there were slates of electors that could have been counted and that Pence should have counted, and he didn't. Therefore, this was an effort by those, including Vice President Pence, to deny the election to Donald Trump. So we had to take action. So I think these are all things that the department has been looking at. As you know, Merrick Garland, back, I think, on the anniversary of January 6th, made the point, we will continue investigating at any level. I do think it is important to note, though, that Liz Cheney did make clear it's not this committee's role to do a criminal investigation. They can make criminal referrals. The role of the Department of Justice and the judiciary is to engage in the dispensing of criminal law. And so this committee, she mentioned reforms, and some of those are taking place, and other things that the committee and and the legislature can do.
And it looks as if the committee is filing back into that hearing room right now. We're going to join the committee live in progress now as the hearing continues. The January 6th committee presenting their findings today. And a quick warning to some of our viewers, some of the text and the video being used in this hearing today does contain profanity. We're back live now in the hearing room.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the morning of January 6th, President Trump knew that the crowd was angry. He knew that they were armed and dangerous, and he knew that they were going to the Capitol. It's important to understand the lengths the president was willing to go to physically be at the Capitol because it was part of his strategy to disrupt Congress and to stay in power. As the time for the Ellipse rally approached, an email was circulated among intelligence officials, including Secret Service intelligence official, attaching communications among rallygoers that specifically contemplated violence. Trump has given us marching orders. One post on the Donald.win wrote, basically, if you're east of the Mississippi, you can and should be there. Advance on the Capitol. Keep your guns hidden, don't fuck around, full kits, 180 rounds minimum for main rifle, another 50 for sidearm per person. What is clear from this record is that the White House had more than enough warning to warrant stopping any plan for an Ellipse rally, and certainly for stopping any march to the Capitol. And as evidence from our prior hearings has suggested, the president was aware of this information. But despite awareness of the potential for violence and weapons among the crowd, the Ellipse event nevertheless went forward, and Donald Trump instructed the angry crowd, some of whom were armed, to march to the Capitol. As my colleague Mr. Schiff just described, the Secret Service reported that thousands in the crowd near the Washington Monument would not enter the rally area because magnetometers used in screening attendees would detect any prohibited items they carried. Mr. Trump knew this. His Secret Service had told him about it that morning. Even in spite of these warnings, Cassidy Hutchinson overheard the president say this shortly before he took stage.
He wanted it full, and he was angry that we weren't letting people through the mags with weapons, what the Secret Service deems as weapons and our weapons. I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away.
And when he went on stage, President Trump himself asked law enforcement to let his supporters in the rally site.
And I'd love to have, if those tens of thousands of people would be allowed, the military, the Secret Service, and we want to thank you, and the police, law enforcement, great, you're doing a great job. But I'd love it if they could be allowed to come up here with us. Is that possible? Can you just let them come up, please?
President Trump then told his supporters to march to the Capitol. Let's pause at this point to consider President Trump's state of mind, his motivation at this moment. By that point, it was known to Secret Service that members of the crowd were armed. President Trump had been told, and there was no doubt that President Trump knew what he was going to do, sending an angry mob, a number of whom were clad in tactical gear and military garb, armed with various weapons, to the Capitol. There's no scenario where that action is benign, and there's no scenario where an American president should have engaged in that conduct. It did not matter whether President Trump believed the election had been stolen or not. This could not be justified on any basis for any reason. You may also recall testimony from our summer hearings regarding Mr. Trump's efforts to lead the mob to the Capitol himself in his angry altercation in the presidential SUV when the Secret Service told him it was far too dangerous for him to go. As we detailed in testimony from the Metropolitan Police and White House personnel during our July 21st hearing, information about the altercation was widely known. So widely known that one former White House employee with national security responsibilities explained that this information was in fact water cooler talk in the White House complex. As that professional told us, they remember hearing in the days after January 6th how angry the president was when he was in a limo that afternoon. That professional also testified that they were specifically informed of the president's irate behavior in the SUV by Mr. Ornato in Mr. Ornato's office. It was Mr. Engel with Mr. Ornato in that office. They'd expressed to me that the president was irate, on the drive up. Mr. Engel did not deny the fact that the president was irate. That, of course, corresponds closely with the testimony you saw this summer from Cassidy Hutchinson, a Metropolitan Police officer who was in the motorcade, and from multiple sources. Additionally, after concluding its review of the voluminous additional Secret Service communications from January 5th and January 6th, the committee will be recalling witnesses and conducting further investigative depositions based on that material. Following that activity, we will provide even greater detail in our final report. And I will also note this. The committee is reviewing testimony regarding potential obstruction on this issue, including testimony about advice given not to tell the committee about this specific topic. We will address this matter in our report. We also want to remind you now of how security professionals working in the White House complex and who reported to national security officials responded when they learned that Mr. Trump intended to lead the mob to the Capitol.
To be completely honest, we were all in a state of shock.
Because why?
Because it's just, one, I think the actual physical feasibility of doing it, and then also we all knew what that implicated and what that meant, that this was no longer a rally, that this was going to move to something else if he physically walked to the Capitol. I don't know if you want to use the word insurrection, coup, whatever. We all knew that this would move from a normal, democratic, public event into something else. Why were we alarmed?
Right.
The president wanted to lead tens of thousands of people to the Capitol. I think that was enough grounds for us to be alarmed.
President Trump was still considering traveling to the Capitol even after returning to the White House. He knew well before 2 p.m. that a violent riot was underway at the Capitol. He was aware of the ongoing lawlessness, but his motorcade was held on West Executive Avenue outside the White House because he still wanted to join the crowd. Here's Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary, describing an exchange she had with the president as soon as he arrived back at the White House.
So to the best of my recollection, I recall him being saying that he wanted to physically walk and be a part of the march, and then saying that he would ride the beast if he needed to, ride in the presidential limo.
From the Secret Service, the Select Committee has also obtained important new evidence on this issue. It shows how frantic this hour must have been for the Secret Service, scrambling to get the President of the United States to back down from a dangerous and reckless decision that put people in harm's way. Take a look at the Secret Service email from 1:19 p.m. on January 6th, the minute that President Trump got out of the presidential vehicle back at the White House. As soon as the president left his motorcade, leadership from the Secret Service contacted Bobby Engel, the lead agent for the presidential detail, and warned him that they were, quote, concerned about an OTR, an off-the-record movement, to the Capitol. The people sworn to protect the safety of the President of the United States and who routinely put themselves in harm's way were convinced that this was a bad idea. Secret Service documents also reveal how agents were poised to take President Trump to the Capitol later that afternoon. Agents were instructed to don their protective gear and prepare for a movement. A few minutes later, they were told the president would leave for the Capitol in 2 hours. It wasn't until 1:55 p.m. that the president's lead Secret Service agent told them to stand down. We are not doing an OTR to the Capitol. By then, rioters had breached the Capitol and were violently attacking the efforts of the brave men and women in law enforcement trying to resist the mob. President Trump may not have gone to the Capitol on January 6th, but what he did from the White House cannot be justified. While congressional leaders, both Democrats and Republicans, worked with Vice President Pence to try and address the violence, President Trump refused urgent pleas for help from nearly everyone around him. And what he did do only made the situation worse. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The president was still exhorting his supporters at the Ellipse to go fight like hell at 12:50, around the time that the first wave of rioters first breached barricades defending the Capitol. Secret Service documents we recently received give a timeline of precisely what the White House knew and when. At 1:19, the President's Emergency Operations Center sent an email to Secret Service, national security, and military advisors to the President and Vice President, informing them that, quote, hundreds of Trump supporters stormed through metal barricades at the back of the Capitol building about 1 p.m. Wednesday, running past security guards and breaking fences. When the president returned to the White House around 1:20, he entered the Oval Office and was told right then about the onset of violence at the Capitol. From that point until approximately 4 p.m., over the next 2 hours and 40 minutes, the president stayed in the White House dining room, attached to the Oval Office, and watched this unprecedented assault take place at the Capitol. We have testimony from several members of the president's White House staff establishing that President Trump refused entreaties from his closest advisors and family members to tell his supporters to stand down and leave the Capitol. Here's the testimony of President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone.
I can't talk about conversations with the president, but I can generically say that I said, people need to be told, there needs to be a public announcement fast that they need to leave the Capitol.
And Pat, could you let us know approximately when you said that?
Approximately when? Almost immediately after I found out people were getting into the Capitol or approaching the Capitol in a way that was violent.
You on the staff did not want people to leave the Capitol.
On the staff?
In the White House?
I can't think of anybody, you know, on that day who didn't want people to get out of the Capitol once the, you know, particularly once the violence started. No. I mean,
What about the president?
Yeah.
well, she said the staff. So I answered.
No, I said in the White House.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you said who else on the staff. I can't reveal communications, but obviously I think, you know,
Mr. Cipollone's testimony is corroborated by multiple other White House staff members, including Cassidy Hutchinson. Here's Ms. Hutchinson describing what she heard from Mark Meadows.
He had said something to the effect of, you know, you heard him, Pat. He doesn't want to do anything more. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong.
A former White House employee with national security duties similarly recalled an exchange between Mr. Cipollone and Eric Hirschman about President Trump's inaction against the mob assault underway at the Capitol. Mr. Hirschman said something to Mr. Cipollone. He seemed to relay that, you know, the president didn't want anything done. Throughout this period, some of the president's most important political allies, family members, and senior staff all begged him to tell his supporters to disperse and go home. They included Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, and other allies at Fox News, his son, Donald Trump Jr., the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, others in Congress, and officials in the cabinet and the executive branch. All of them made appeals to Donald Trump, which he rejected and he ignored. The Select Committee interviewed several people who were in the dining room with Donald Trump that afternoon, and every single one of these witnesses told us that he was watching the violent battles rage on television. He did not call his Secretary of Defense or the National Guard, the Chief of the Capitol Police, or the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department.
And to your knowledge, was the president in that private dining room the whole time that the attack on the Capitol was going on? Or did he ever go to, again, only to your knowledge, to the Oval Office, to the White House Situation Room, anywhere else?
To the best of my recollection, he was always in the dining room.
Yeah, what did they say, Mr. Meadows or the president, at all, during that brief encounter that you were in the dining room? What do you recall?
I think everybody was watching the TV.
Do you know whether he was watching TV in the dining room when you talked to him on January 6th?
It's my understanding he was watching television.
When you were in the dining room in these discussions, was the violence at the Capitol visible on the screen on the television?
Yes.
As the president watched the bloody attack unfold on Fox News from his dining room, members of Congress and other government officials stepped into the gigantic leadership void created by the president's chilling and studied passivity that day. What you're about to see is previously unseen footage of congressional leaders, both Republicans and Democrats, as they were taken to a secure location during the riot. You'll see how everyone involved was working actively to stop the violence, to get federal law enforcement deployed to the scene, to put down the violence and secure the Capitol complex. Not just Democrats like Speaker Nancy Pelosi and House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, but Republicans like Vice President Pence, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Majority Whip John Thune, and countless other appointees across the administration. All of them did what President Trump was not doing, what he simply refused to do. Take a listen.
We're starting to get surrounded. They're taking the north front scaffolding. Unless we get more munitions, we're not going to be able to hold. The door has been breached and people are gaining access into the Capitol.
Yeah, but you know what? We have got to finish the proceedings, or else it will have a complete victory.
Senator Schumer is at a secure location, and they're locked down in the Senate.
There has to be some way we can maintain the sense that people have that there's some security or some confidence that government can function and that we can elect the President of the United States. Did we go back into session?
We did go back into session, but now apparently everybody on the floor is putting on tear gas masks to prepare for a breach. Well, I'm trying to get more information.
They're putting on their
tear gas masks.
I
can't. We need an area for the House members. They're all walking over now through the tunnels.
Bring her out! Bring her out here! Hey! We're coming in if you don't bring her out!
I'm going to call up the effing Secretary of DOD. We have some senators who are still in their hideaways. They need massive personnel now. Can you get the Maryland National Guard to come too?
I have something to say, Mr. Secretary. Well, I'm going to call the mayor of Washington, D.C. right now and see what other outreach she has to other police departments, as Senator Leader Hoyer has mentioned. Hi, Governor. This is Nancy. Governor, I don't know if you have been approached about the Virginia National Guard. Mr. Hoyer was speaking to Governor Hogan, but I still think you probably need the okay of the federal government in order to come into another jurisdiction. Thank you.
Secretary of the Army.
Oh my gosh, they're just breaking windows, they're doing all kinds of, it's really, that they said somebody was shot. It's just horrendous, and all at the instigation of the President of the United States. Okay, thank you, Governor. I appreciate what you're doing, and if you don't mind, I'd like to stay in touch. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Virginia Guard has been called in.
You know, I'm just talking to Governor Northam, and what he said is they sent 200 state police and a unit of the National Guard. They're breaking windows and going in, obviously ransacking our offices and all the rest of that. That's nothing. The concern we have about personal harm, personal safety is just transcends everything. But the fact is, on any given day, they're breaking the law in many different ways. And quite frankly, much of it at the instigation of the President of the United States. And now, if he could at least somebody.
Yeah, why don't you get the President to tell them to leave the Capitol, Mr. Attorney General, in your law enforcement responsibility. A public statement, they should all leave. This cannot be just we're waiting for so-and-so. We need them there now, whoever you got.
You also have troops. This is Steny Hoyer. Troops.
Okay, so we have a little bit of time to make that decision.
Andrews Air Force Base.
All right.
Other military bases.
Thank you.
We
Thanks,
need
Paul.
active
Bye.
duty National Guard.
How soon in the future can you have the place evacuated, cleaned out?
I don't want to speak for the leadership that's going to be responsible for executing the operation, so I'm not going to say that because they're on the ground and they're the
Well, just pretend for a moment it was the Pentagon or the White House or some other entity that was under siege. And let me say, you can logistically get people there as you make the plan. We're trying to figure out how we can get this job done today. We talked to Mitch about it earlier. He's not in the room right now, but he was with us earlier. and said, we want to expedite this, and hopefully they could confine it to just one complaint, Arizona, and then we could vote, and that would be, then just move forward with the rest of the state. The overriding wish is to do it at the Capitol. What we are being told very directly is it's going to take days for the Capitol to be okay again. We've gotten a very bad report about the condition of the House floor with defecation and all that kind of thing as well. I don't think that that's hard to clean up, but I do think it is more from a security standpoint of making sure that everybody is out of the building, and how long will that take? I just got off with the Vice President.
And I got off with the Vice President-elect, so I'll tell him.
Okay. But what we left the conversation with, because he said he had the impression from Mitch that Mitch wants to get everybody back to do it there.
Yes.
I said, well, we're getting a counterpoint that is, it could take time to clean up the poo-poo that they're making all over them, literally and figuratively in the Capitol, and that it may take days to get back.
And I'm at the Capitol building. I'm literally standing with the chief of police of the U.S. Capitol Police. He just informed me what you will hear through official channels. Paul Irving, your sergeant at arms, will inform you that their best information is that they believe that the House and the Senate will be able to reconvene in roughly an hour.
Good news.
So your sergeant at arms will be in touch about the process for getting members back into the building.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Good news.
In this video, you just saw Senator Chuck Schumer urging Acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen to get President Trump to call off the rioters. Of course, Acting AG Rosen did take action to defend the government, as did many other officials, but congressional leadership recognized on a bipartisan basis that President Trump was the only person who could get the mob to end its violent siege of the Congress, leave the Capitol, and go home. Here's Senator McConnell speaking after January 6th about how President Trump abandoned his duties and failed to do his job.
It was obvious that only President Trump could end this. He was the only one who could. Former aides publicly begged him to do so. Loyal allies frantically called the administration. The president did not act swiftly. He did not do his job. He didn't take steps so federal law could be faithfully executed and order restored. No.
In the midst of this violent chaos, Kevin McCarthy implored Donald Trump to tell his supporters in the mob to leave the Capitol. And when that didn't work, McCarthy called Trump's adult children to try to get them to intercede with Trump to call off the insurrectionary violence. In our prior hearings, we showed you a description of what McCarthy told Republican Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler about his conversation with Trump during the violence. Another witness, Mick Mulvaney, President Trump's former chief of staff, has also come forward and corroborated her shocking account.
I asked Kevin McCarthy, who's the Republican leader, about this, and he said he called Donald Trump. He finally got through to Donald Trump, and he said, you have got to get on TV, you've got to get on Twitter, you've got to call these people off. You know what the president said to him? This is as it's happening. He said, well, Kevin, these aren't my people. These are Antifa. And Kevin responded and said, no, they're your people. They literally just came through my office windows, and my staff are running for cover. I mean, they're running for their lives. You need to call them off. And the president's response to Kevin, to me, was chilling. He said, well, Kevin, I guess they're just more upset about the election theft than you are. And that's, you've seen widespread reports of Kevin McCarthy and the president having basically a swearing conversation. That's when the swearing commenced, because the president was basically saying, I'm okay with this.
I had a conversation at some point in the day or week after the riot with Kevin McCarthy. Yeah, it was very similar to what Jamie had, the conversation she had retold about how he called and asked the president to get them to stop, and the president told him something along the lines of, Kevin, maybe these people are just more angry about this than you are, maybe more upset. I had the conversation similar to that with Kevin in the day to week after the riot.
And we know how Kevin McCarthy described President Trump's conduct, both in public and in private.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding. These facts require immediate action by President Trump. Accept his share of responsibility, quell the brewing unrest, and ensure President-elect Biden is able to successfully begin his term. But let me be very clear to all of you, and I've been very clear to the president. He bears responsibilities for his words and actions. No ifs, ands, or buts. I asked him personally today, does he hold responsibility for what happened? Does he feel bad about what happened? He told me he does have some responsibility for what happened. And he needs to acknowledge that.
2:24 p.m., knowing the deadly riot was now bearing down on his own vice president, President Trump composed and sent a tweet attacking Vice President Pence, accusing him of cowardice for not unilaterally rejecting Electoral College votes for Joe Biden and simply handing Trump the presidency. The impact of that tweet was foreseeable and predictable. It further inflamed the mob, which was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," and provoked them to even greater violence. This deliberate decision to further enrage the mob against Vice President Pence cannot be justified by anything that President Trump might have thought about the election. The tweet came precisely at the time Pence's Secret Service detail was most seriously concerned for the vice president's physical safety. We've obtained new documents from the Secret Service, real-time chats that underscore the threat they knew the vice president would be facing because of the president's escalating incitement of the mob. After Trump's tweet, one agent in the Secret Service's intelligence division immediately warned, POTUS just tweeted about Pence, probably not going to be good for Pence. Another agent reported the dramatic impact of Trump's anti-Pence tweet on his followers. POTUS said he lacked courage, over 24,000 likes in under 2 minutes. Employees at Twitter were nervously monitoring the situation. They knew that certain Twitter users were rioting at the Capitol and tweeting about it at the same time. As the afternoon progressed, the company detected a surge in violent hashtags on the platform, including lines of lethal incitement like "Execute Mike Pence." Listen to this former Twitter employee, Anika Navaroli, who first came to the committee anonymously, but has now bravely agreed to be named because she wants to speak out about the magnitude of the threats facing our people.
And you were also seeing content on the platform at that time that was threatening towards the vice president. Hashtag execute Mike Pence.
They were literally calling for his execution.
As this tweet was going out.
Yes. And in response to this tweet too, because I think as many of Donald Trump's tweets did, it again fanned the flames, and it was individuals who were already constructing gallows, who were already willing and able and wanting to execute someone and looking for someone to be killed. Now the individual who has called upon them to begin this coup is now pointing the finger at another individual while they're ready to do this.
Here's a small sample of the reactions that President Trump's fan the flames tweet provoked among Capitol rioters in real time.
What percentage of the crowd is going to the Capitol?
100%. It is spread like wildfire that Pence has betrayed us and everybody's marching on the Capitol, all 1 million of us. It's insane.
Not stick up for Donald Trump. Mike Pence,
Mike Pence has screwed us, in case you haven't heard yet.
Between 2:30 and 2:35, within 10 minutes of President Trump's tweet, thousands of rioters overran the line that the Metropolitan Police Force's Civil Disturbance Unit was holding on the west side of the Capitol. This was the first time in the history of the Metropolitan Police Department that a security line like that had ever been broken. President Trump's conduct that day was so shameful and so outrageous that it prompted numerous members of the White House staff and other Trump appointees to resign. In prior hearings, you've heard Deputy National Security Advisor Matt Pottinger and Deputy White House Press Secretary Sarah Matthews explain why they felt compelled to resign on that day. Since then, we've spoken to more high-ranking officials, like President Trump's envoy to Northern Ireland and former Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, and Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao, who resigned after the 6th in protest of Trump's misconduct and to dissociate themselves from his role in the violence. Take a listen to what they had to say.
I was stunned by violence and was stunned by the president's apparent indifference to the violence. Now is the time for the president to be presidential. I thought he failed at doing it. I thought he failed at a critical time to be the sort of leader that the nation needed.
I think the events at the Capitol, however they occurred, were shocking. And it was something that, as I mentioned in my statement, that I could not put aside. And at a particular point, the events were such that it was impossible for me to continue, given my personal values and my philosophy. I came as an immigrant to this country. I believe in this country. I believe in a peaceful transfer of power. I believe in democracy. And so it was a decision that I made on my own.
When security assistance began to arrive at the Capitol and the tide turned against the insurrection, President Trump finally gave his painfully belated instruction at 4:17 p.m. So after multiple hours of rioting and more than 100 serious injuries suffered by our law enforcement officers, the crowd finally began to disperse. Listen carefully to what they said as they decided to leave the Capitol.
Here delivering the president's message. Donald Trump has asked everybody to go home. That's order. He says go home. He says go home.
Yeah, he said to go home.
Finally, at 6:01, President Trump tweeted again, not to condemn the mass violence in any way, but rather to excuse and glorify it. Significantly, he made it clear that he considered the violence perfectly foreseeable and predictable. Check it out. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously, viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly, unfairly treated for so long. These are the things that happen, he said, giving the whole game away. Trump was telling us that the vice president, the Congress, and all the injured and wounded cops, some of whom are with us today, got what was coming to us. According to Trump, January 6th should not be a day that lives in shame and infamy in our history, but rather in glory. Remember this day forever, he wrote proudly, as if he were talking about D-Day or the Battle of Yorktown. Trump did nothing to stop the deadly violence for obvious reasons. He thought it was all justified, he incited it, and he supported it.
Would it have been possible at any moment for the president to walk down to the podium in the briefing room and talk to the nation at any time between when you first gave him that advice at 2 o'clock and 4:17 when the video statement? Would that have been possible?
Would it have been possible?
Yes.
Yes, would have been possible.
If the president had wanted to make a statement and address the American people, he could have been on camera almost instantly. And conversely, the White House press corps has offices that are located directly behind the briefing room. And so if he had wanted to make an address from the Oval Office, we could have assembled the White House press corps probably in a matter of minutes to get them into the Oval for him to do an on-camera address.
Mr. Chairman, nothing in law or fact could justify the president's failure to act.
And I assume you also would agree the president
president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct.
Mr. Chairman, in numerous places, our Constitution strongly opposes insurrection and rebellion. Article 1 gives Congress the power to call forth the militia to suppress insurrections. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment disqualified from holding federal and state office anyone who has sworn an oath to defend the Constitution but betrays it by engaging in insurrection or rebellion. It was President Lincoln at the start of the Civil War in 1861 who best explained why democracy rejects insurrection. Insurrection, he said, is a war upon the first principle of popular government, the rights of the people. American democracy belongs to all the American people, not to a single man. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. During this committee's first hearing in July of last year, our witnesses were 4 police officers who helped repel the riots of January 6th. We asked them what they hoped to see the committee accomplish over the course of our investigation. Officer Gunnell wanted to know why the rioters were made to believe that the election process was rigged. Officer Fanone asked us to look into the actions and activities that resulted in the day's events. Officer Hodges was concerned about whether anyone in power had a role. Officer Dunn put it simply, get to the bottom of what happened. We've worked for more than a year to get those answers. We've conducted more than 1,000 interviews and depositions. We received and reviewed hundreds of thousands of pages of documents. Thanks to the tireless work of our members and investigators, we have left no doubt, none, that Donald Trump led an effort to upend American democracy that directly resulted in the violence of January 6th. He tried to take away the voice of the American people in choosing their president and replace the will of the voters with his will to remain in power. He is the one person at the center of the story of what happened on January 6th. So we want to hear from him. The committee needs to do everything in our power to tell the most complete story possible and provide recommendations to help ensure nothing like January 6th ever happens again. We need to be fair and thorough and gain a full context for the evidence we've obtained. But the need for this committee to hear from Donald Trump goes beyond our fact-finding. This is a question about accountability to the American people. He must be accountable. He is required to answer for his actions. He's required to answer to those police officers who put their lives and bodies on the line to defend our democracy. He's required to answer to those millions of Americans whose votes he wanted to throw out as part of his scheme to remain in power. And whatever is underway to ensure this accountability under law, this committee will demand a full accounting to every American person of the events of January 6th. So it is our obligation to seek Donald Trump's testimony. There's precedent in American history for Congress to compel the testimony of a president. There's also precedent for presidents to provide testimony and documentary evidence to congressional investigators. We also recognize that a subpoena to a former president is a serious and extraordinary action. That's why we want to take this step in full view of the American people, especially because the subject matter at issue is so important to the American people and the stakes are so high for our future and our democracy. And so I recognize the Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, to offer a motion.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to today's notice, I send to the desk a committee resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Committee Resolution 1, resolved that the chairman be and is hereby directed to subpoena Donald J. Trump for documents and testimony in connection with the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol pursuant to Section 5C4 of House Resolution 503 and Clause 2M of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized on her resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our committee now has sufficient information to answer many of the critical questions posed by Congress at the outset. We have sufficient information to consider criminal referrals for multiple individuals and to recommend a range of legislative proposals to guard against another January 6th. But a key task remains. We must seek the testimony under oath of January 6th central player. More than 30 witnesses in our investigation have invoked their Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, and several of those did so specifically in response to questions about their dealings with Donald Trump directly. Here are a few examples. This is Roger Stone with Oath Keepers at the Willard Hotel on the morning of January 6th. And here is Mr. Stone testifying before our committee. Did you speak to President Trump on his private cell phone on either January 5th or January 6th?
Once again, on advice of counsel, I will assert my Fifth Amendment right to respectfully decline to answer your question.
This is General Michael Flynn walking with Oath Keepers on December 12th, 2020. And here is General Flynn's testimony before our committee.
Did you, General Flynn, talk to President Trump at any point on January 6, 2021?
The 5th.
Here is John Eastman, fraudulently instructing tens of thousands of angry protesters that the vice president could change the election outcome on January 6th. Later on this same day, Dr. Eastman acknowledged in writing that Donald Trump knew what he was attempting was illegal. Here is John Eastman testifying before our committee.
Did President Trump authorize you to discuss publicly your January 4th, 2021 conversation with him?
Fifth.
So is it your position that you can discuss in the media direct conversations you had with the President of the United States, but you will not discuss those same conversations with this committee?
Fifth.
Here is Jeff Clark, who conspired with Donald Trump to corrupt the Department of Justice. President Trump wanted to appoint Jeff Clark as acting Attorney General. And as you can see in this call log we obtained from the National Archives, he did so. And here is Mr. Clark testifying before our committee.
Mr. Clark, when did you first talk directly with President Trump?
Fifth.
Mr. Clark, did you discuss with President Trump allegations of fraud in the 2020 election?
Fifth.
Other witnesses have also gone to enormous lengths to avoid testifying about their dealings with Donald Trump. Steve Bannon has been tried and convicted by a jury of his peers for contempt of Congress. He is scheduled to be sentenced for this crime later this month. Criminal proceedings regarding Peter Navarro continue. And Mark Meadows, Donald Trump's former chief of staff, has refused to testify based upon executive privilege. The committee's litigation with him continues. Mr. Chairman, at some point, the Department of Justice may well unearth the facts that these and other witnesses are currently concealing. But our duty today is to our country and our children and our Constitution. We are obligated to seek answers directly from the man who set this all in motion. And every American is entitled to those answers, so we can act now to protect our republic. So this afternoon, I am offering this resolution that the committee direct the chairman to issue a subpoena for relevant documents and testimony under oath from Donald John Trump in connection with the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. If there's no further debate, the question is on agreeing to the resolution. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed is no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Cheney.
Aye.
Ms. Cheney, aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren, aye. Mr. Schiff.
Aye.
Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Aguilar.
Aye.
Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mrs. Murphy.
Aye.
Mrs. Murphy, aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin, aye. Mrs. Luria.
Aye.
Mrs. Luria, aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger, aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 9 ayes and 0 noes.
The resolution is agreed to. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
And there you have it there. Chairman Benny Thompson of the Select Committee to investigate January 6th has just wrapped up today's hearing. We've been following along as the committee has presented some new evidence, new documents from a subpoena to the Secret Service, new footage as well from the day itself on January 6th, members of Congress as they were sheltering in secure locations. And we saw there a compelling vote there as the committee decided that they will indeed subpoena former President Donald Trump to try to get him to testify and answer questions they have for him. I'm joined here in the studio by Mary McCord, former Justice Department official, and Jamil Jaffer, former associate counsel in the White House. They have been watching this hearing and the 8 hearings previous as well. That was quite a moment I just want to reflect on at the end of that hearing. What did you think as you heard Liz Cheney introduce the motion and the committee vote to subpoena a former president?
Well, the theme there was accountability, right? That the committee feels like it's done its job. It has what it needs to make some criminal referrals to the Department of Justice. It has what it needs to introduce legislative reforms, but is still feeling like there's a gap there. And it's a gap because they haven't heard from the president and also haven't heard testimony from 30 witnesses who invoked the Fifth Amendment specifically when asked about communications with the president. And remember, the Fifth Amendment is about a privilege against incriminating yourself in conduct that could be criminal, right? So the fact that 30 witnesses, when asked about a communication directly with the president, invoked the Fifth Amendment is pretty telling as to what, might have been the content, what their responses might have been if they had answered. And so I think that's what you're seeing there reflected in the way that Liz Cheney teed this vote up.
Jamil, you have to go pretty far back to find the historical precedent for a moment like this. What are you thinking as you watch that vote unfold?
Well, Amna, 4 former presidents have testified before Congress. 3 sitting presidents and 1 sitting vice president have testified formally before Congress at the request of Congress, almost all voluntarily. There have been examples of Congress subpoenaing presidents in the past. There's some potentially compelled testimony, some voluntary. But at the end of the day, the question is, they want to hold the president accountable. Okay, there are a couple ways to hold the president accountable. 1, when he was in office, an effort to impeach. That happened, right? 2nd, elections. This former president is considering running again. That's an opportunity to hold the president accountable. What will subpoenaing him accomplish, right, other than give him an opportunity to once again talk about these events? Does the committee think that the president is going to concede, right? That's obviously not going to happen, right? To the contrary, it just gives him another platform to tell a story if he chooses to do it. If he doesn't, he fights it in the courts all the way up to the Supreme Court potentially. And he's got not a bad basis to argue he doesn't have to testify. 1, he's got executive privilege, right? 2, he's got the Fifth Amendment. He's got a lot of ways out of this thing. The question is, what does the committee hope to achieve here, and how do they avoid the concern that they're going to be called political, even though there are 2 Republicans on the committee? This is a real challenge, and of course, there's about to be an election in just 2 weeks, right? And it seems likely Republicans are likely to win the House. How's the committee going to play this out in the long run?
Mary, walk that forward for me then from that point. What could the committee do to compel someone to testify under subpoena, especially with a former president? What could happen here?
Well, I just want to say, first off, that, Donald Trump has said numerous times throughout these committee hearings, I'm not getting a chance to tell my side of the story. So I think it's not entirely clear that he will fight this. I think his lawyers will tell him to fight this. They will say they should litigate it. And it remains to be seen whether he follows the advice of his lawyers. We certainly know repeatedly that he has not followed that advice. But, then if this is challenged in court, it will play out on issues of executive privilege, for Fifth Amendment privilege. It is definitely something that Trump and his lawyers have repeatedly taken cases on and on up, depending on how when the results don't go their way at each level of the courts. I will note that as we were watching this today, the Supreme Court rejected Donald Trump's most recent entreaty to intervene in the legal dispute over the Mar-a-Lago search and the orders of Judge Eileen Cannon in Florida to allow classified information, or to require classified information to be reviewed by a special master. So that's just the latest right here today of the Supreme Court being asked to come in and help out Donald Trump.
A lot to keep track of as this hearing has also been unfolding. I think Lisa Desjardins is back with us now. She was in the hearing room watching all of this unfold firsthand and joins us now from Capitol Hill. Lisa, that was a pretty remarkable moment at the end of the hearing there. You had reported earlier, we knew it was going to happen. Walk us through, as you're talking to your sources, the committee's thinking behind taking that vote to subpoena former President Trump.
That's right. Our producer Ian Cousins right now is waiting for the committee members to come out and hopefully speak to us and tell us in real time what they are thinking in this moment. But speaking to some sources and also talking to members of Congress, not on the committee, but on other powerful committees like the Judiciary Committee, for example, in the room, they told me that this was a critical thing from their point of view, these are all Democrats, to do because they want this former president held accountable, number one, and number two, something that Republican Representative Liz Cheney on the committee said today repeatedly, it's a message for history. They are concerned about future presidents trying to do something similar, learning from this in a way that could undermine the democracy, installing people that would support the president but not the Constitution in the view of these members of Congress. So they think that it is important for at least a message to be sent here that this is a president who needs to be accountable legally and testimony forced. Now, to everything that our awesome panelists have been saying, do they expect that this will really happen? Not really. There are some Democrats who do still believe that they could hold on to the House of Representatives. I spoke to one in the hearing room just now, Madeleine Dean of swing state Pennsylvania. She's still holding out hope that the Democrats could keep the House. If so, then we would have a legal battle over how a subpoena is enforced if former President Trump chooses not to comply. But if Republicans win the House, as we've been talking about, it's not likely that the subpoena would move forward. The Senate does not have the support at this time, doesn't look like it would have the support for this kind of a move. And I think what this is all coming to, it's I'm getting my head around myself, the idea that yet again, former President Trump and his future and the debate over him really is on the ballot again in terms of whether Republicans or Democrats win back the House.
Lisa, that's so true. It was a lot, of course, riding, a lot unknown until after those midterm elections coming up very, very soon. There was a lot of other new information, though, packed into these last two presentations by members of the committee. I have to say, some really compelling video we had never seen before. They've compiled before security video showing members of Congress running for safety on the actual day as the rioters and insurrectionists stormed the building. For the first time, we saw some of the work some of those leaders were doing, working the phones, trying to ensure personnel safety and get back to work, quite frankly. What did you think watching that unfold?
Well, it just pointed up how absent Trump was, right? How, it took every other leader in Congress, on the Senate side, on the House side, within the Capitol Police to, call everyone they could think of, the Department of Defense, law enforcement, to send help, send reinforcement, calling the Attorney General, the acting Attorney General, saying, please intervene with the president. But of course, all of that was falling on deaf ears. And they were trying to do two things. They were trying to, secure the safety of the members and the staff and everyone within the Capitol. But they also, and I think this was pretty telling, listening to Nancy Pelosi and others talk about the importance of being able to get back to work, get back the House and Senate into session, which is what they were obligated by law and the Constitution to do on January 6th, and continue the voting of the Electoral College votes, So they had both of these compelling interests. Now, I'd like to think that safety was the first, and I'm sure it was, but they also knew they really had to finish this work. Otherwise, Trump would have succeeded.
Jamil, there's also a very deliberate timeline they lay out. We knew parts of it before, but this was based on reports and information, text chats that they got from the Secret Service under subpoena that showed exactly what the White House knew and when. What was revealed to us about that?
Well, look, I think, Amna, the main thing we learned was the Secret Service knew for a long time about the threats that were coming up, right? They didn't take effective action or effective enough action to protect the most important player that day, the Vice President of the United States, right? And they didn't share that information with the Capitol Police, as we talked about earlier, in a way that would have allowed the Capitol Police to provide protection for the members of Congress and their staffs who were on the run that day. But I think Mary's exactly right. What you saw in that footage that we saw in this last session was the people's representatives in Congress, right? Republicans and Democrats alike. We want to get back to work. We want to do the people's business. Whatever the outcome of that was, whether in favor of President Trump or in favor of the now President Biden, right? They wanted to get back to work and finish their work, the work of the American people. And the one person who could have made that happen faster, the President of the United States, sat on his hands for hours and hours, not because he wasn't aware of what was going on. He was watching TV. We all know he knew what was happening, but because that's what he wanted to see. He wanted the work not to get done. He wanted the vice president to do what he wanted to do, not what the vice president was planning to do, which he knew the vice president was planning to do. And that's the real thing. When everyone talks about democracy, when all the president's supporters talk about democracy, we watched democracy in action when the House and Senate came back into session and did their work. The president himself and the people around him tried to stop that from happening, the people who supported him, while his staff, all those Republicans on his staff, said, no, Mr. President, you've got to let them go back to work. You have to call these people off. And remember what the president said at the end, even after being forced to go on TV and tweet, hey, leave the Capitol, I love you. This election was stolen from you. He repeated that again and again. He made it clear to the people that were at the Capitol that day that whatever they had done was, in some ways, in his view, the right thing. Maybe now was time to stop. But when they did it, he was behind them. And Minority Leader McCarthy was right at the time. The president bore responsibility for what happened that day. He might have walked it back now, but he was right that next day when he walked to the floor and said the president is responsible for what happened.
Mitch McConnell also took to the floor, delivered a similar message. 2 hours and 40 minutes, we now know from these documents, the president waited before delivering that message. But on this point of what was happening on Capitol Hill, I want to bring in Lisa Desjardins because she has the unique view and perspective of having been inside that building on that day, experiencing this firsthand. Lisa, I was outside with the insurrectionists. You were inside. To see that video now from your perspective, watching what was happening among members of Congress, Democrats and Republicans, we should point out. I'm curious your thoughts as you saw that.
Yeah, we were on opposite sides of that difficult situation, to say the least. I'm probably much like you, Amna, that I prefer to look at how everyone else is observing it. And I did look at what was going on in the room around me, members of Congress, but especially members of the U.S. Capitol Police. We have some photos that I took while that video was being shown. And you could see in the eyes of those Capitol Police officers who were there in the midst of that assault, the difficulty they have. One of them, Sergeant Aquilino Ganel, is the one you could see bowing his head down, wiping his eyes. And it took a long time. He was trying not to express that emotion. And in the end, he did try to kind of quickly calm himself. But that is an officer who was at the west front of the Capitol, which many people have seen that as the most violent footage from the attack. He himself no longer able to have regular duty as a police officer because of the trauma of that day. And I think you could really feel the gravity of the moment. All of these legal arguments and even important philosophical arguments about our Constitution and the danger that someone like Representative Cheney sees. You saw that the power of it when you were looking at the reaction, specifically of those men and women in the front row. But I can also tell you, this hearing, we came into it, honestly, with maybe not the highest expectations for what it might be. There was some thought that it was going to be kind of a summary of everything else we've seen before. There might not be that much new. But I think that footage was so gripping. And as someone who covers Congress, someone who's always wanted to be in that room with our leaders when they're making a historic decision, to be there as Nancy Pelosi is urging the Secretary of Defense, as Senator Schumer is urging for more help. Can the Maryland National Guard come? Just extraordinary. I'm sort of still speechless taking it in. Also notable to me, though, and no accident, the words of Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader's wife, Elaine Chao, talking about the danger that she saw on that day. It's very clear what they're doing here. They're trying to say Republicans who have not called out former President Trump in the way this committee has, you're hypocritical. And those around you and you yourselves have stood up on this before. Why aren't you doing it now? One other note, Kevin McCarthy, obviously, he wants to be the new House Speaker. And it was interesting to me that in those videos, when you saw those House leaders and the Senate leaders gathered, I did not see Kevin McCarthy in that group. You know, there's different reporting about his whereabouts different times. You know, it was just one moment. Maybe he joined them later. It's hard to say. Perhaps that was selectively edited. But it was notable that there were Republicans there gathered around with the leaders of the House and Senate. Kevin McCarthy was not among them. We know he was trying to talk to the president. But he remains an interesting and important political figure, very closely tied with January 6th in ways that we still don't exactly understand. It's not completely come to light, all of his actions of that day.
Lisa, to your point, we should note in those select video clips, we know the committee is very intentional about which clips they show. There was a moment there where you saw Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, I saw John Thune, Mitch McConnell, Steve Scalise, and others all huddled around the phone together, trying to make sure personnel were safe, staff were safe, and they could get back to work. But I should note, also among the testimony, Jamil, we heard many people reference the direct threats to Vice President Pence, also noting in the new Secret Service chats that they were noting President Trump was directly calling him out. We saw one chat in which someone on the Secret Service said, probably not good for Pence. And this is someone we didn't hear from in the hearings. The committee did not choose to invite him or to depose Vice President Pence. I wonder if you still think there are questions unanswered that he could have answered for the committee and their findings.
Well, you know, it's hard to know since we haven't heard from him. But what we do know is we heard from his counsel. We heard from a lot of people around him. We also heard from Cassidy Hutchinson, who talked to the president's counsel, right, and who was in with the president saying, "Hey, you know, people at the Capitol are saying hang Mike Pence." And the president's response, at least as retold, now admittedly second, third hand, right, but the president's response was, well, you know, maybe he should be doing the right thing, right? He's getting what he deserved. I mean, the president of the United States, talking about his own vice president who's carrying out his constitutional duty. People are talking about hanging him, people that the president himself had sent to the Capitol, and the president's, well, he got what he deserved. I mean, it's an astounding moment if you think about it, right? The president of the United States, the person he picked to run with him. You know, I think that what we really have to think about in this moment, right? I think what the American people need to think about as we look at this upcoming election and an election 2 years from now is, what does our democracy mean to us, right? Does it mean riots at the Capitol? Does it mean members of Congress doing their work, trying to get the job of the American people done? Does it mean a president who tries to stay in office beyond the time that he was allowed to stay in, that the American people decided he would stay in, right? And what does all that coming together mean? That's why I think this decision to subpoena him sort of at almost an anticlimactic moment could be a big mistake for the committee, right? Today was their wrap-up. Today was their closing arguments, as it were. Now, they're extending it, right? We're going to call the president. Maybe he'll come testify. If he does, he's going to now have an opportunity to make his case to the American people, right, directly. And is that an opportunity that this committee really wants to see? We haven't seen a lot of voices from the other side, from the president's side of this. Mm-hmm. This is his opportunity to make that case. He may very well, as Mary says, ignore the advice of his lawyers, who will almost certainly tell him, don't go there, do not create jeopardy for yourself, and have that conversation. I'm not sure that plays out the way this committee thinks it's going to.
Mary, so Jamil makes the very good point. This is about our democracy broadly, right? Committee members have been making this point again and again. We heard at the very beginning, Vice Chair Liz Cheney note the number of individual people who, as she put it, stood in the way of efforts to overturn the election, and people at every level, local, municipal, state, and federal, who did that. Vice President Pence among those people she name-checked. The committee said they were going to talk about the ongoing threats to democracy. I don't know that we heard as much about that as we expected to, but that's something you follow very closely. From what we saw in these hearings, what is that message? What are we up against in this election and the next?
Yeah, well, I had hoped to hear more, and it might be that it's kind of beyond the remit of this committee, and I think they alluded to it a few times. But let's be very specific. The president, the former president, continues to say that the election of 2020 was stolen. He has used that false narrative, disinformation, that means intentional lies, which continues to fuel efforts across the country, decentralized local efforts to really undermine democracy. And let me be specific. We've seen threats against election officials, county board members, school board members, teachers, public health officials, Republicans and Democrats, people running for elections. We've seen that throughout the country ever since January 6th. Still to this day, the researchers I work with, it's still motivated by the big lie. It's motivated by the claims of fraud. We're now seeing election intimidation. We're seeing calls for tailgate parties at ballot drop boxes to intimidate voters. We've seen intimidating signage near ballot drop boxes. We're seeing election deniers running for offices, and to the point of things held the last time because at the local, state, federal level, people did their jobs. We have well over 100 election deniers running for secretaries of state, governors, people who are in positions who will have authority over elections, have authority to certify or not certify. And this is incredibly destabilizing to democracy, and it's still being driven by one person, and that's Donald Trump.
Lisa, when you look ahead, we know now the panel will expire at the end of the year. A lot, of course, rides on what happens in this next upcoming election. But we know a big part of their work was to make sure that something like what we saw unfold on January 6th does not happen again. There have been some legislative efforts already, and they mentioned they want to propose more, that along with their report, there will come some kind of policy recommendations. Walk us through what you know about what happens next, what we can expect to see next from this committee.
Whoever is in charge of the House of Representatives after the midterms, it will be a very important period of time, the month of November, in regards to sort of how our electoral count procedure works. I expect that the House, as you may have heard in the hearing, has passed reform that would make it clear that the vice president, for example, does not have a substantive role in determining the winner of the presidential election or the electoral count. But that act also changes Congress's role or clarifies its role in very important ways. The House and the Senate have different versions of that idea, but it would essentially make it much harder for an objection to move to the entire Congress. Right now, it takes just 2 members of Congress, 1 senator and 1 House member, to do that. Both chambers' legislation, bipartisan legislation, would make it much more difficult. So there will be debate, and I right now do expect action on that idea, and it will also incorporate sort of the role of state legislatures and perhaps limiting and clarifying the role of state legislatures in the presidential election. All of that in November, I expect. I also think we're going to be getting just a few parts of the January 6th report, not the full report before the midterms. We will await the full report to come after at some point. And also, I want to note that we have seen some activity from former President Trump online on his site Truth Social. He's on a sort of classic Trump Twitter expression turn. Many of these, he's retweeting different ideas, different races that he's endorsed, talking about inflation, the economy, railing against Democrats. But he did, in fact, impugn the integrity of one of the witnesses, Cassidy Hutchinson, that we heard from today. He's also basically saying, questioning just in a very slight way, the overall January 6th investigation. He's saying that there was a hoax regarding to one of the witnesses. So I think more ahead. This is happening quickly, but perhaps he's still forming his full reaction. But he has certainly been watching and starting to react.
Lisa Desjardins on Capitol Hill, covering it all. First, the hearing, as we heard from the January 6th Investigative Committee, and also the reaction from former President Trump, the man, as the committee put it, at the center of it all. Lisa, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you also here in the studio with me to Jamil Jaffer and Mary McCord. An eventful day, to say the least, and we'll look forward to whatever the committee brings forward next. Thank you for being here with us. And that concludes our coverage of today's hearing. We will, of course, have more analysis tonight on the PBS NewsHour, and you can find all of our coverage online anytime at pbs.org/newshour. I'm Amna Nawaz. Thanks to all of our participants and guests for being here. On behalf of all of us at the PBS NewsHour, thanks to you for joining us. We're now going to return you to your regularly scheduled PBS programming.
This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.